Everybody about ready to do this thing? Okay. This meeting of the School Board Nominating Commission will come to order. Each of the commissioners have received the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, which Commissioner Hammond sent out a couple days ago. Is there any objection to adopting the minutes? Okay, seeing none, the minutes will be adopted by unanimous consent. The next item on the agenda is the chairman's announcements, which will be sparse. I just want to thank the candidates for being here tonight, and the candidates who might be watching this for being here last week as well, but all who have applied and who are participating here. We really appreciate the applications. The county appreciates the applications. And the commission would like to be able to send everyone forward, but of course that won't be possible. If there's candidates who aren't sent forward, it has far more to do with the high caliber of the other candidates than anything to do with the candidates who maybe aren't sent forward. Just to clarify the procedures that we'll be using tonight, we may repeat this again for each candidate. Prior to when the candidates come up, they were selected randomly. I used Wolfram Mathematics to put the candidates in order over the 2 nights for their selection in the order that they'll arrive. When they come up, the other candidates will be waiting in the hallway. That is not to keep something secret or something like that. That is so that a candidate doesn't have to follow another candidate and answer the same question, maybe even saying the same thing, but having to try to make it interesting because they know that the words were just said prior to them. So we'll be the ones who will hear the same thing, and you don't have to worry about how it sounds to us. So that's ideally to benefit the candidates. So that's how that will go, and there are chairs out there and some water sitting on the chairs for each candidate. When each candidate comes in, we'll have each candidate sit here and just do a 5-minute introduction. At about 4:30, the chair will start to wave an arm or something to indicate it's 4:30, and then at 5 minutes, either the chair will begin to grumble or his phone will start to make some noise, but something will indicate 5 minutes. And then we will go back and forth through the commissioners and ask questions, which are limited to really 2 questions per commissioner at 5 minutes each. And the commissioners, of course, are reminded, just if you hear something from a prior question that would address yours, then there's nothing wrong with taking less time, if that's what you feel comfortable with. Our next meeting will be in early June or late May, and I'll be sending out the scheduling tool so we can come up with an ideal time for that. And that'll be one of the regular meetings, not related to a particular appointment or nomination. And the chair's thinking is we'll do that at the Parham building since it's not related to a particular district. That's it for the chair's announcements.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I don't see a spot on the agenda for adoption of the order of business, so let me take a moment now. I would like to move that we modify the order of business.
Right. It's actually not because it's a standard agenda or standard order of business, but that's fine. Is there a second? And you want to elaborate on the particular motion? I'm aware of it.
I would like to move the School Board Nominating Commission administration up after public testimony, but before the nominations.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion.
Well, let me speak to it briefly without taking up a lot of time because we'll be talking about it in detail later. There's going to be a motion made that we modify the voting procedure. And it doesn't make sense to do the nominations before the voting procedure if there's a possibility of that voting procedure being modified.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? I just have one question then. If I understand it doesn't make sense to from one point of view, but from another point of view, does it make sense to change a voting procedure after we've already started the hearings for a particular nomination with the procedure in place?
Commissioner Burton shared with me some information that he's gotten from the former chair, Josh Reed, including minutes and including handwritten notes from meetings that confirmed that the last commission intended to change the bylaws to require the supermajority, which would be 8 out of 11 votes. And every step was taken except the technical modification of the bylaws when we got there. We have now documents of the steps all leading up. We'd like to have that revisited before the vote.
If I may, that small technical step is more than a small technical step. It's significant, and according to the bylaws, you either have to have 10 days advance notice of what the intention is, and 2/3 of a vote to add it to the bylaws. It's a second motion. Or you have to have, if it's with less than 10 days, then you have to have unanimous consent to add it to the bylaws. And that's significant. It's not a small technical misstep. That is, in fact, significant. And this commission has decided previously that we would like to return to supermajority, and I think to change midstream, since this is how this commission voted during the previous appointment, is not wise.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Byrd.
I think you'll find in the documents that all the appropriate procedures were followed in amending the bylaws back in 2008. 10 days notice and everything was, so in essence, the question comes down to, were all the necessary procedures performed to amend the bylaws requiring a supermajority vote versus a simple majority vote? And the only reason that it wasn't in the bylaw, or actually physically written in there, was just a technical oversight or error. The fact of the matter is, it's a matter of public record.
According to the approved minutes, which are in fact a matter of public record, it was a non-unanimous vote that said we're going to change it to supermajority, and then the meeting ended. There was not a second motion that said let's move it to the bylaws.
Are we referring to, you
And
said
it was May.
08?
It was back
Is
in
it-
May of
is it-
2008.
Can we verify the date that we're talking about the same?
Do you have the documents that
I certainly have all the meeting minutes that have been posted.
Okay, well,
Now, handwritten
I think
notes
when
or
you see the
intentions
additional
are
documents,
significantly different.
I think when you see the additional documents, if we have the opportunity to discuss that, and I don't want to take this time, but I think if we do permit the agenda to be adjusted accordingly, and we have the time to discuss this, you'll see the documentation that will show that all the different elements that were required were met at the time to do it. which
Except
just
for
was
a
amended.
motion adding it to the bylaws.
Are we talking about, Commissioner Jones, you had your hand.
We're getting
Go
into
ahead.
debating the issue itself.
That's correct.
We're trying to avoid it being detailed. We have brought copies of the documents for every commissioner to review with us step by step. I'm
Okay.
only asking for an opportunity to do that before it won't matter to the real vote. And if it turns out that they're not modified, we go with the simple majority. If it turns out that some of the commissioners are voted to vote differently than it was voted earlier this year, then it'll be changed. I'm only asking for the opportunity to do it before it doesn't matter. Because it's not going
Okay.
to matter after the vote was taken.
Well, it'll matter for the future of the SBNC, maybe not for this particular vote. Okay, so the motion is there any other discussion on the motion to adjust the agenda to move forward
That's correct.
the administration discussion? Is there any other discussion about the agenda change? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote then.
And can you confirm the question that you're going to be calling the roll on, please?
The motion is to adjust the agenda to move forward SBNC administration between 2 and 3, between public testimony and nominations for the District 33 seat.
Okay, and a yes vote would be an affirmative to adjust the agenda, correct?
Correct, the yes vote would
Thank
be
you.
an affirmative to adjust the
Appreciate it.
agenda. Okay. Okay, we'll go alphabetical order. Commissioner Brandenburg,
No.
Commissioner Bukowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Byrd,
Yes.
Diane Dixon Proctor, absent. Dr. Farrar. Commissioner
Yes.
Farrar. Commissioner Gast,
No.
Commissioner Hammond,
No.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke,
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
The motion has failed. the agenda will not be adjusted. Okay. That leads us back to the agenda, I guess. So, Chairman's announcements are finished. Our next item is the unfinished business, which are the interviews for the District 33 seat. And again, these were selected by a computer to make it truly random, and we have Eric Grannon first. So we'll ask the other candidates to step in the hallway. If you would just close the door. Again, that's just to make it nicer for the candidates, and we'll bring you in after that. This is all yours, Eric. That is the hot seat. Want to start at that end, Commissioner Jones, today when we get to it? We'll start the wave at your end when we get to it?
I need a few minutes to gather my thoughts after the last debate.
Okay. We'll be ready for you, Commissioner Hammond, at your end when the
Doesn't-
time comes. Okay.
Well, he-
Okay, 5-minute introduction, and we'll go from there.
Well, thank you all for your time tonight, and thank you for your commitment to this commission and giving your time to the county. I have to confess, I did not prepare an opening statement, so I was not familiar with that procedure. I'm happy just to kind of introduce myself and amplify my application a little bit. My name is Eric Grannon. I live in Davidsonville, I'm 44. I'm an attorney. I live with my wife and our 2 little boys, a 6-year-old James and an almost 2-year-old William. James is attending Davidsonville Elementary, which is one of the reasons that we picked that location for our house, because we heard great stuff about the school as we were shopping around for a house in the area. And we've been really thrilled with the school. It's a wonderful experience, and he's thriving. And just as a kind of a point of comparison, I'll say comparison rather than contrast, he went to a private preschool in the area, which was fine, but I really have just been so much happier with the experience that he's having at Davidsonville Elementary, and that's been important to me and our family for really ever since we were planning to have children. As I noted in my application, I went to public school, and for me, I think it had a really lucky kind of transformative effect on my life. I grew up in a rough neighborhood in Brooklyn, and was attending first grade at our local elementary school, a few minutes from our house, and the mothers of one of the children in class that I was friends with told my mother about a magnet-type program, and my mother went and investigated it, and I was lucky enough to get in, and I think it really has just kind of changed the course of my life. And so I've always been a very big proponent of public schools. I'm very proud that my son is doing well in kindergarten, and look forward to his younger brother kind of following in his footsteps. And I feel like as a parent, I'll be kind of personally involved and invested in our county school system for at least the next 16 years, because I've got a 2-year-old, so I look forward to that. I'm not sure if that's taken all of my 5 minutes, but I'm happy to yield back the rest of the time, if that's the right terminology.
Sure. You're at 2:30, so it's all yours. Okay. Okay, so I guess we'll start at this end with Commissioner Hammond with the questions.
Kemp Hammond, I'm here for District 30. Thanks for coming and giving us your time this evening. I looked at your application, and one of the 3 most critical issues you identify is the maintenance and facilities backlog at some of our schools. And I'm curious as to whether you had any thoughts, if you don't have any specific solutions or ideas, what thoughts you have on how you would propose addressing that.
Yeah, so I just want to be as transparent as possible. I'm basing that comment largely on what I've heard from people just about schools throughout the county, and reading the papers and that kind of thing. I have to say, my firsthand experience is with Davidsonville Elementary, and it's a model school. And I see the impact that it has on not just my son, but his classmates. And when I go there, I'm impressed. And the smart board and the great new, almost shiny facilities that are just a great environment to foster learning. And My understanding is that that's not the case everywhere. And I think that to the extent that it's doable and achievable, we want to try to make that the case everywhere. And I just want to be completely, again, transparent with her. I feel like the two, I almost hesitate to call them assets, the two greatest assets, or the things that I would offer up as potential assets, are my literally lifelong commitment to public education and my investment in making sure that my kids do really well in our schools. And I guess where I'm going with that is, I'm not coming to this position with a lot of preconceived notions about, well, this school has to be built before anything else happens, or this school that's more run down, it's got to be fixed before that school's built. I honestly don't have those kind of preconceived thoughts, and I think that what I'd like to try to do is apply, honest, committed, objective thinking to the information that's brought before us as the overseers of the budget and policy for the school system. So I hope that addresses your question. I just don't have any preconceived notions about specific things that need to be addressed before other items. I'd like to get as many schools as possible looking like Davidsonville Elementary as soon as possible.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank you.
I am Ingrid Granberg. I am actually a former Board of Education member for District 33 and resigned to come take a position with the county executive on his appointment on this commission. Having had board experience before, I think so often the roles get blurred between the superintendent and the Board of Education. So I wanted to, this is my standard question I ask everyone, sort of get your perspective and your take on the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I was just almost kind of accidentally segueing right into that. Is my understanding, and again, that's probably the only preconceived notion that I have, is that the board members are supposed to be there to obviously vote and make judgments based on proposed budgets and policy, and choosing the superintendent when that position becomes vacant. I think the day-to-day management of the schools, has to be left in the hands of the professionals. As much as I might think I know about education and care a lot and lose sleep over things like, whether my son is keeping up with his writing assignments in kindergarten, it's the teacher that, that knows that best, and the teacher's superiors and the people that run the school system. So I think, honest, accountable oversight and scrutiny, where appropriate, in terms of making budgetary decisions and policy decisions, and then the implementation, I think has to be in the hands of the professionals.
Thank you very much. Just one.
I get to go last.
Chairman's prerogative.
Sure. How do you build consensus, and give an example of how you were able to do this?
Build consensus. That's, I'm trying to think about like my professional life as an attorney, which isn't always in a consensus building role, but there definitely are times when I need to do that. It's not a public type example, but in my day-to-day work, I deal with something, some people may chuckle at this, it's called a joint defense group. And we have multiple clients that are all part of the same case, and they have all kinds of different views, and you have to come up with a position. You don't have to, but it works best when you come up with a position that can serve everyone's interests. And I think, as I think more about your question, I think back to experiences that I've had in other settings, and I think sincere listening is probably the first step, so that you can make sure that you're understanding what people are saying, kind of like I was saying before about not coming to questions with preconceived notions. Let me think of a more specific example to give you in terms of building consensus. I think in college, for example, I was involved in the student government, and it was a public college, went to Brooklyn College, and we had a lot of budgetary constraints. And I was involved in the student government, and there were students that wanted to have a more protest-like type response, and there were students that wanted to, I guess, work within the system. It's kind of a cliche, but kind of, work within the budget that was set for the school. And I think I worked to try to bring those parties together so that the students were on one page and not yelling at each other. So that's probably the most specific example that I can think of in this moment in a public setting. But it's something, like I said, that I have to do in my profession, maybe in a
Okay.
less interesting kind of way regularly.
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board, and how would you set to solve it?
One of the most important, well, I think the priorities that, I don't know if I would call them priorities, I would call them the goals that I personally put in my application are the ones that come to mind. And as I said before, without having any preconceived notions on specific votes for budgets or specific policies, the things that motivate me are, I see, my little boy and how well he's doing. And to tell you the truth, when I was 5, he's 6 years, he just turned 6. When I was 5 years old, I could barely read my name. And, I'll never forget, my mother had a very, for me at the time, a kind of scary conversation with me. She said, because I was slow to pick up reading, she said, if you can't read, it's kind of like being blind in the world because you can't see anything. You can't read signs. You can't get around anywhere, and that kind of scared me. And if she hadn't done that, who knows? If that hadn't been the kick in the pants that I needed, and like I said, getting access to that magnet program. But not everybody's going to get that at the right moment. So I would say early childhood literacy, I mentioned, is something that's absolutely critical. And even before literacy, there's some kids that are showing up to kindergarten who don't have very basic skills like knowing all their letters and basic phonetics and just simple mathematic propositions. So I would say those are the two most motivating things for me, because my hope is that those, because they're so young, is just hopefully a little extra effort and attentiveness can help get them on the right direction, pretty early.
Thank you. How far am I on my timing?
You have plenty.
I do?
Just reset for the second
Good,
question.
because I have another one.
Good, okay.
Okay. Because my colleagues only ask one. So. Okay. As a school board member, parents will present concerns about the child's school, the teacher, the principal. What is the process of your response for dealing with this?
Well, in complete transparency, if there is a protocol for board members in handling that kind of thing, my first order of business would be to follow that protocol and those rules. I just don't frankly know if there's a code of conduct type thing or a protocol that's to be followed in that situation. I would think you would always want to listen, and to the extent that there are specific concerns that can be, passed along to the rest of the board, my natural instinct would obviously be to do that. I just frankly don't know if is it appropriate for board members to act in that capacity. If it is, then certainly I would try to be as attentive to those issues as possible, and always obviously bringing that information to the rest of the board rather than, acting in kind of an independent capacity. I mean, I would imagine, having participated in other bodies that make collective decisions, that's probably the most important thing, is that the board act, together, even if there are differences in opinion. But just to always make sure all that other information is passed along to the other board members, rather than thinking of it as any kind of an independent mandate, to go out and address things that maybe you wish were different.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Linda Ferrara, and I represent the Association of Educational Leaders, which are the administrators in Anne Arundel County,
Oh, thank
which
you for
are the
that.
principals, the directors, the assistant principals, coordinators, et cetera.
Thank you for that
Okay.
introduction.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Ready for mine? Okay. Hi.
I'm going to put my glasses on as we get further down the table there.
I'm Joanne Maynard. I'm a governor's appointment to the commission, but I've served all of my professional life. 95% of it was in the field of education, from classroom teaching to speech-language pathology to the State Board of Education and so forth. So I guess that's why I'm here. Anyway, there are many, many programs in the schools, and from special education needs, children who have developmental disabilities and so forth, and a range of others. But it is my perception that there are few special programs for gifted and talented children. Have you any thoughts on that matter? How do you think that could be addressed, or do you feel it is a need even?
Well, as I mentioned before about trying not to have too many preconceived notions, this is something that I have a preconceived notion about just from my own life experience. And so I want to address it from that perspective, and then hopefully make sure I address whatever counterweight there might be to that. As I mentioned, if I didn't, I kind of feel like if I didn't have access to that magnet program in the first grade, my life would be very different than what it is, you know, for better or worse. I think it had a dispositive effect on me, going from a local class that probably had well more than 25 students to, I went to a first grade class that had 13 students. We had animals in the class. We had all kinds of science experiments going on. I had a French teacher in the class. I mean, it was just completely different than what I experienced. My instinct is, if the resources are available to do that, earlier is better. I believe, and to just be perfectly candid, I haven't had to face this question yet because my oldest son's in kindergarten. I believe our magnet program starts at the 4th grade. I might be off by a grade or two, but that's the information that I come to understand. I have no idea, to be perfectly frank, what decision-making has gone into making that first available in the 4th grade. I assume that there are obviously resource questions. If there were unlimited resources, I assume it would be available earlier. I just don't know, frankly, enough about the specifics of that. My gut says if you've got students that are showing that kind of aptitude, and you can still make sure that everyone else is getting what they need, to make that available at the earliest opportunity. So that's, again, based on my experience. And if there is, I guess deferring to you as someone who spent your, kind of sounds like your life in education, if there is data that comes to this that says perhaps it's actually better to start them in 2nd grade and get some time under their belts and get them assessed in just a more general class. I'm not aware of that data, but I certainly would obviously consider that.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Hi.
I'm Susanna Kiptia, the District 31 representative, and I'm curious to know, first, what makes Davidsonville a better experience for your son than his private preschool? What is it about it that pleases you more?
I think, I hope this comes off right, I find the whole place a lot more relaxed. The parents are more relaxed, to be quite honest, that it was a fine preschool we went to. We vetted, we went to a lot of different preschools, and he had a fine experience there. We went there for 2 years, and then we had to make a choice. Was he going to stay there, or was he going to go to the kindergarten, the school that we had really planned to send him to? And we stuck with that original plan. When I've gone to any of the events that involve other parents, everything from the official start of the school year open night for parents to things like the little Halloween parade that they did, and the Halloween activities in the class that I participated in. My wife and I switch a lot of this stuff off. She also is an attorney and works full time. But I found the whole atmosphere just a little bit more relaxed and not not charged at all. The environment, to be frank, I found it a little bit charged at the preschool that he went to, in the sense that, people would show up at these events, and there was like, we're here, we're checking the box, we're at this, and I'm not getting that when I show up. I don't feel that when I go to the school events, and there's certainly nothing judgmental that I've seen about parents who maybe are not able to go to every single thing. So I think we were just more comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question also.
Not to mention which the preschool that he went to, 1 year there cost more than my entire college education. So that probably affects
that too, yeah.
my view a little bit.
My second question is about recess. You mentioned it a little bit in your application, and I'm curious to know, first of all, how much recess does your son get in kindergarten now?
I think it's 40 or 45 minutes,
Okay.
I think, is the right answer. But, to tell you the truth, the answers I get from him about what go on at school, he has no idea. What'd you do today? I don't know, I don't remember. Who'd you play with at recess? Sometimes I get a specific answer, but I think it's about 45 minutes,
okay.
yeah.
So my question then is, there's a lot of research, old research, new research, there's a lot of research about how outdoor play benefits kids that young a little bit more than heavy academic work. And so I'm wondering if you would advocate for or support expanding recess to give kids a little more outdoor time.
I think you mentioned data. I'm going to confess I'm not familiar with that data. I think I would come to an assessment of that data, I think, with a very open mind. The idea that I put in my application was, really just an idea, because I was just kind of thinking about if there are literally students who are showing up at a kindergarten who don't know the whole alphabet. To me, that's something where, deferring to actual, professional educators, if this is something that would work, if there's something where you could introduce during a recess where they still get the freedom to play and the fresh air and all that, something where maybe you could help them learn their alphabet for an extra 40 minutes a day. Just, for those students that really need that, I threw that out as a potential idea. But yeah, I think recess and play is very important. So my 6-year-old had his annual checkup with his pediatrician today, and she said, "What's your favorite subject in school?" And he said, "Recess." And then she said, "What's your next favorite subject in school?" And then he said, "Lunch." We all laughed. So obviously, he's enjoying it.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric. I'm Pam Gast. I'm representing District 21. And I actually have a recess question, too. I'm looking at your idea, and you were talking about whether this works. I will say from personal experience, this absolutely works, combining activity and learning games. I did that with my son using something called times tables the fun way. And after working on times tables with him for a year, and he knew a few of them, we started this, and I had him jump on the trampoline and ride his bike while we were doing these games and songs and things, and he learned more in like a week than he had learned the entire previous year. So I think this is an excellent idea, not just for students who may be at risk or don't have the skills, but for all students, especially at the younger ages. I had a question about it. You have a notation here that extra time each day might catch these students up more quickly. So is this something that you would plan as more an after-school activity or incorporate it into the school day?
Well, thank you for sharing that story about your own son. To be honest, the plan is just too strong a word. It's just an idea. I honestly don't know. I don't know all the rules that go around recess and what resources go into the personnel that monitor recess. But if the resources are there, my thought was the thought that came into my head was to make it part of the recess and not to make the school day longer for those students. But that's only, frankly, because I didn't think of it. If there are resources available for that, and their parents want them to have that, then I think that's a great idea too. The only thing I would say is for a kindergarten student, the day is already quite long, and I know that my son comes home and he's kind of tired, so that obviously needs to weigh into it as well.
And my next question was what you were mentioning about there was just a more relaxed atmosphere with the school, were you talking about, is this more activities that related to the school, like, I don't know, an event or something? Or did you feel like the atmosphere, the learning atmosphere during the school day was more relaxed too?
No, I mean, I think mostly, frankly, coming from the other families
Okay.
and the other parents that I've met at the events. Again, I don't want to make anything I said before sound like a criticism of where my son went to preschool. All I'm saying is we just have a preference for to me, I find that the sense of community that we found at Davidsonville, like, for example, just when we went and before kindergarten started, there were these organized parent meets at the playground there. And it was just a very relaxed kind of, I just noted the contrast in my head of like meeting these parents and talking about kids going into the class and saying, okay, well, which teacher is your kid going to have, and learning that kind of thing. I just found it very relaxed. So yeah, I'm talking about the families and the sense of community that I've encountered, as opposed to, I guess I felt a little like, there were things that needed to be accomplished at the family events that I went to at the preschool that I mentioned, and that's kind of not my cup of tea.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing well.
I'm Bob Burden. I represent the business community. Yeah, Mr. Grannon. I have two questions for you. First question, could you briefly share your thoughts with us on the Common Core curriculum in the Anne Arundel County Public School System? How do you feel about that? Do you support it, not support it?
I'm going to be completely honest. I have no preconceived notions whatsoever about Common Core as to, like I said, my oldest son is in kindergarten. We've only had experience with the curriculum that he has now. I don't have anything to compare it to. I think it's working. I feel like he's thriving in school. So at least for kindergarten, and I know enough to know that I hear that mentioned in presidential debates, so I know obviously some people have some very strong views about it. I don't have strong views about it one way or the other, just frankly because I haven't had to think about it all that rigorously yet. If there are strong differences between Common Core and what existed before for kindergarten students, I'm going to be quite frank, I'm not aware of them.
Okay. Also in your application here, you cited the importance of the opportunity gap and how that's affecting students, and your desire to want to focus in on that. You also mentioned the early childhood literacy. Looking at grades K through 3, do you feel it's important? Would you encourage targeted investment into that part of the early educational experience of our young people to address the education gap challenges that we're confronted with today in our public school system?
Meaning to catch it sooner than later?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And be able to invest the necessary resources to be able to do that.
To me, it's you probably get your best return on investment when you try to, correct those issues at the earliest possible age. I mean, looking at it, frankly, just from a fiscal perspective, I would believe that. But in terms of, what we're trying to do for kids and get them to learn, I think, yeah, earlier is kind of like I mentioned before with the gifted and talent programs. This is the same kind of mentality that I would have. I just think about, having conversations with my son's in spring break. Today was the last day of spring break. I've had a very busy work schedule the past 2 weeks, so I played hooky today, and we went to see Zootopia, and he loved that. And somehow we got on a conversation about different birds or something like that, and he was saying something like, well, can an owl see better than an eagle? And I said, well, I think owls hunt at night, so they can probably see better at night, and I think eagles can probably see better during the day. And I said to him, because I know we've used this word somewhere in his past, I said, so, if owls are out at night, what kind of animal does that make them? He goes, that makes them nocturnal. And I was so happy. And then I'm going to go for the $1 million question. I'm like, well, what does that make an eagle then if it's out during the day? And he looked at me without missing a beat, and he goes, they're diurnal. And I was just like, I'm on cloud nine here, you know, and I want every kid to have that experience, you know, and I recognize that that's not the case. And not, you know, it's just, you can't change people's home lives, you know, but you can change the life that the kid has 5 or 6 hours a day. And it's not to say, you know, I think I mentioned lower income. I'm from lower income background, and I probably didn't know nocturnal and diurnal, but I know that my parents were trying at a very young age. So it's not to say that this is just exclusively a lower income issue, but I just think that there are kids that are not getting exposed to as many words and concepts and questions and dialogue as other kids. And to the extent you can try to, you know, right that ship earlier, yes. So my short answer to your question is yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, K through 12, K through 1, you know. I think if we have students that are, you know, not on grade level for reading by, you know, the second grade, you know, that student's really, you know, at risk of staying behind. So as early as possible.
Okay. Well, in closing, I just want to thank you for your desire to step forward and make this commitment
Thank
to
you.
serve on the Board of Education for Anne Arundel County.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Brandon. I'm Pam Bukowski. I am representing the PTA. And I too would like to thank you for throwing your hat in the ring and hope that it's not too tedious of a process for you. You talked about the opportunity gap. I think that's a great term, you know, to use. And you spoke about it as it pertains to children entering kindergarten unprepared, and suggested that a possible solution for remediation would be the structured recess for students to engage in alphabet, phonetic, and counting games. So what resources and solutions are currently being provided by Anne Arundel County Public Schools to address this, do you think?
For recess?
For the opportunity gap, for eliminating that? Or providing more of an opportunity, eliminating the achievement gap.
I want to address that question kind of like I did at the outset. I don't have any preconceived notions about what is not being done for certain students or what is being done to address that issue. I can address it from the experience that I have for, you know, my 5, now 6-year-old, which is he seems to be just, you know, having a wonderful experience in his kindergarten class. I would say he went into that class not having those deficits. So I just frankly I don't have a preconceived notion that it's not being addressed to the best ability of the school system already. I don't have that preconceived idea. I simply would, and I have no idea if structured recess is a term. It was just a thought that came to my mind for what to call that type of activity, where it would be play but organized around some type of educational objective.
Okay, do you have any other ideas in addition to like the recess kind of opportunity to learn and play at the same time?
For learning and playing, I know obviously there are games that go on inside the class. I don't think I have another idea regarding recess in particular. I think
Well, not regarding recess, but in addition. You know, you suggested recess is one of the ways to address this gap. What I want to know from you now is, do you have any other ideas in addition to that?
I think I mentioned one other idea was a partnership between libraries and a public school that I saw, frankly, just Googling on the internet, I saw a program that Roanoke had, and it mentioned something about library camps, and they had some data there. I didn't cite the specifics in my application, but there was data saying that they saw positive benefits from exposing students to these types of library camps. That, to me, that's another alternative to think about, especially if you're thinking about students that maybe don't have all the reinforcement that we would want at home over the summer, to have access to some kind of an organized literacy-focused, but I guess it could extend beyond that, but the first thing that came to my mind was literacy, a literacy-focused program making use of our libraries over the summer. So I guess that's a second
Okay.
idea that I have.
And then as a board member, for more of a long-term sort of thing, what sorts of resources and solutions would you like to see implemented, again, as far as making sure that all students have the availability to opportunity?
Well, I mean, other than those ideas that I mentioned, I think what I would do is try to look at the budgetary and policy issues that are brought before the board and try to resolve those or cast my view on those or influence those in a way that prioritized the same kind of K through 3 issue that you mentioned. I would say, as I said earlier, not having preconceived notions, we're doing this wrong, this needs to change. I'm not coming here saying that that I'm aware of anything that's done wrong that needs to be specifically righted, or that there's anything that's like a great, I don't think there are any silver bullets in this area, but there's a great thing that if we start doing this, all of a sudden, things are going to start turning very quickly. I just know that I have a dedication to this idea that, if students are coming out of kindergarten, and I probably put myself in this boat when I was in kindergarten, but not able to read at their level, it's not good. So I would want that student to have access to have some, like I said, maybe a library camp, that kind of thing. I hope that addresses your question. Frankly, I just don't have anything more specific right now.
And then finally, as a board member, what would you anticipate your time commitment to be?
I understand that there are 2 monthly meetings, and I suppose there's a certain amount of preparation that each of those meetings takes, as well as to whatever extent there is homework that comes away from those meetings in terms of analyzing data, that kind of thing. I imagine it would be, substantial, and that's something that, again, based on my own personal experience, I feel like I'm very invested also, not just from my experience in caring about public education, but because of my sons, and, wanting to be involved in their school system that, is going to affect them for the next, like I said, 16 years.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Brandon.
Hi.
I'm Bill Jones. I'm taking chair for the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. You're probably already aware that Maryland Public Schools are statewide a collective bargaining environment. In Anne Arundel County specifically, a little more than 90% of the employees are represented by a collective bargaining agent. Do you think there's a proper place for collective bargaining in public schools?
Well, Bill, I'm going to answer this with total humility. I have to confess, I have not had an awareness about any collective bargaining issues or controversies or anything like that, just from my general exposure to the school system, or reading newspapers and that kind of thing, and just trying to stay involved in what's going on in our county. I have to confess, I have no preconceived thoughts about that at all.
You understand what unions do when they bargain, collective bargaining agreements, contracts to address
Right.
thousands of employees.
Right.
And they weren't always in the schools. They've been around in the private sector for much longer than they've been in the public sector.
Okay.
So if you have some awareness of what they do in the private sector, maybe you can at least give me what your thoughts would be for unions operating in the public sector.
Okay. Well, so I told you something about my my background, growing up, where and when I did, and my mother went back to college later in life, and she became a teacher, and ultimately became a special education teacher, and ultimately became a special education teacher trainer. I know that she was, she never had a position that I'm aware of, but I know that she was involved and stayed involved in her union. So I guess I've just I wasn't aware that the school system here didn't always have unions or didn't always have a union for educators. I guess I've always just associated them growing up in Brooklyn as just, one goes with the other. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I address your question, because
I understand.
if there's a specific issue about, I guess my view, which I put in my application, is that, I hope this is not misspeaking, because I don't mean to suggest that the interest, the personal, professional interests of educators would ever necessarily diverge from students. I do think as a board member, students are our number one priority, but at the same time, they're educators, the long-term professional and personal satisfaction of the people that are working with the students creates the environment that they can do well in. So, to me, they go hand in hand.
Let me narrow it for you, just a little bit. Unions all over the place negotiate salaries, wages, hours, and other obvious conditions of employment.
Right.
In Maryland, there's regular disputes between what constitutes a condition of employment and what constitutes educational policy.
Okay.
And right now, it's the Public School Labor Relations Board that makes that decision. There's a dispute over negotiability.
What's the name of that body, sir?
The Public School Labor Relations Board.
Okay, I'm sorry.
One of the, two of the frequently disputed items have to do with procedures for evaluation and rating of public school educators, and procedures for disciplining public school educators. Whether that would be educational policy, therefore outside the lawful scope of bargaining, or whether there would be conditions of employment which would be inside the lawful scope of bargaining. Where would you fall in that argument?
Wow. Honestly, Bill, I just don't know the answer to that question. I'm not a labor lawyer. I don't know enough to, I would want to hear all the first thought that came to my mind, and like I said, I hope I'm not saying anything that would be in politics, but let's just say as a hypothetical, and I have no idea if this falls into what you're saying, I threw out that idea about structured recess. If there were an issue about whether that would conflict with some type of a compensation or a time off type issue, or time for break time for teachers. Everybody is entitled to a break. I think I would weigh all those things together and try to make the right recommendation. I think the first thought I would have is, can we elevate the concerns that would be driving toward that idea of a structured recess to put those things first. But I'm sorry, I just don't know enough to say about whether something should be a condition of employment and within. I just don't have that type of experience.
Okay, you've done well. I'm okay with the answers.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the effort you put into them. I don't have any more for you.
It's your turn.
I time myself too. Well, I don't think mine will take very long, because I ask usually two questions, go back and forth depending on what I've heard, and one is usually how do you measure success, and you answered that as one of your three goals. You said provide accountability by objectively measuring results against objectives, so you took my thunder on that. And then the other, I often ask about how people research. And just listening to your answers, I noticed you had said, you talked about looking for data to Commissioner Maynard's question, and also to Commissioner Kipke's looking at data with an open mind, which I think is what you really just said to Commissioner Jones as well. So I guess the only question I have, let me ask this in the spirit of consistency with prior questions. One of our commissioners isn't here tonight. I know her go-to question is along these lines, and something you said reminded me a little bit of it. Exposing particularly younger students to things they otherwise might not be exposed to. Like you gave the example about nocturnal and diurnal, so I learned something new every day. That was new to me. I'm glad my little boy hasn't quizzed me on that part. I'm speaking for someone else, but I think her question will be along the lines of how do we go about doing that with younger students, do you think, in particular?
Yeah, so that's an important question for so many things that even go beyond just the curriculum. So one of the other things that we do, and it's because it happened to me, so I kind of describe my background. I don't know what kind of picture that might paint in your heads of, I grew up very poor in Brooklyn, but I grew up very poor in Brooklyn with a father who played classical music for me when I was a little kid. So, being poor doesn't mean that you don't have exposure to things necessarily. You could come from a family with a lot of money and maybe not have exposure to that. And, at the same time, I had a grandfather that, he's still alive, thank God, who played a lot of jazz music for me. And I kind of just, from years of hearing it, just kind of soaked it all up. And I think has opened my mind to a lot of, and I had a mother who was very into, popular music, that Fleetwood Mac album, Rumors. I think I heard that probably once a week growing up because my mother loved that album. So I just one personal thing, I don't play an instrument. I would like to have kids exposed to music as early as possible. And if it's something that is permitted within the rules, why not have a little classical music on, like just in their class? It doesn't have to be a dedicated music session, but if that's something that's permitted within the rules and teachers think that wouldn't be distracting, I think that would be wonderful to expose kids to that kind of thing. And that could, that's my personal thing because of music, but the same could be said for art and the visual arts and all kinds of other things. So maybe it's not always just about reading, writing, arithmetic, but exposing them, and that just opens up worlds and minds, and so I hope with all these things that I'm doing, that my kid actually enjoys this stuff. I think he does, and so we had the radio on the other night, and I said, can you say who that composer is? And he got it right. He said that's Beethoven. He couldn't say what it was, but he'd heard it before, or something about the style of the music, in his mind clicked, and that was his first guess. And I was just like, this is great. And he's never turned it off. So I think it's because he's been exposed early. So I guess if teachers felt they could do that kind of thing in their classroom without distracting or disturbing from the set curriculum, I would encourage that kind of thing.
Okay. Just one other, so, this is, I think, being live streamed, that's the goal. So playing hooky, is that going to cause problems? Are you going to get caught? Were you aware we're live streaming?
Oh, I might have used a different terminology, but they got their money's worth the past 2 weeks. I had
there you go.
a lot of work the past 2 weeks, and I wasn't going to let the last day of spring break go by without, so I think it was time well spent.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time, and good luck to you in your decision making.
Next person.
Oh, I was gonna. Space here. Shut up.
Okay. Yeah. Very interesting. I have a question, Jamie.
Hi.
Hello.
Just a quick reminder, what we'll do, you'll have a 5-minute intro, and about 4:30 I'll start to do something, and at 5 some noise will happen, either me or this, and then we'll go back the other way now, and commissioners will each ask questions.
Okay, awesome.
Okay? So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, good evening, and thank you, Commission, for your time and commitment to identifying a qualified board member for District 33. My name is Mariko Bennett, and I am humbled and grateful for the opportunity to interview for such an important position. I'd like to start off by telling you that I've been a proud resident of Maryland for over 30 years, and I moved to Anne Arundel County specifically for the school system, like so many others have and will. So I strongly believe that we must protect what we built, and we must continue the great work. As I mentioned, I moved to Anne Arundel County because of the reputation of the schools. And after 3 years, I have found the reputation very well deserved. I don't have an agenda, but I come in with a perspective that I think will be beneficial to the students and the school system. I have 3 children, 1 in elementary school and 2 in the middle school. And 1 is a rising freshman. Pray for me. They all have different strengths as well as different challenges. I've also represented global Fortune 500 companies throughout my professional career, and I look forward to bringing that skill set to this position. With that said, I am pleased to be with you here today, and I look forward to the interview. Thank you.
Okay. You guys switched up on us. You want to go first, Commissioner Byrd?
You should have
I
moved
didn't
over here.
realize I was moving myself on the horse.
We can adapt.
Good evening, Ms. Bennett. How
Good
are you doing
evening.
this evening?
Just fine, thank you. I'm doing well.
Thank you for stepping up and willing to commit the time and the desire and the energy to want to serve on the school board here in Anne Arundel County. Appreciate it very much. I just have 2 questions for you. The first question goes to the Common Core curriculum that we have here in our Anne Arundel County public school systems. Would you briefly share your thoughts on that? Do you support it? Do you oppose it? Or is there something in between?
I support Common Core and what I know about Common Core to date. My children, of course, use Common Core. As I mentioned, I have 3 students in the school system. Common Core is different from the way that most of us in the room learn, so I struggle with helping them oftentimes with their homework because they've learned a different way. And so it's now up to me to learn kind of the new Common Core way and to be able to help them with their homework. But generally speaking, I support Common Core.
My second question goes to early childhood education, in particular grades K through 3. And you did address within your application, you did address to eliminate the achievement gap and so forth. How strongly do you feel, how important do you feel it is to make the appropriate investment necessary in K through 3 to be able to address this achievement gap challenge that we have?
So I think this then leads into the discussion of universal pre-K. Is that the direction that question? Not necessarily. Okay.
It's just the direction of the question is overall. What importance do you place on making the appropriate amount of investment necessary in K through 3 to be able to address and catch early developmental challenges that some of our students may have in the areas of reading or otherwise, so that they're better prepared when they get into their later years of their education to be able to
Sure. So I believe that pre-K can be beneficial for students. I believe that targeted pre-K to close the achievement gap, I think is best, rather than looking at it in totality. I look at it more with a targeted approach at pre-K. Did you have a follow-up, or you want me? Oh, okay. I just think targeted pre-K is how I look at pre-K and closing the achievement gap.
How about problems that may be identified in grades 1 through 3 and the importance of making the necessary investment that we need to make if we're going to address those problems?
Sure. I speak, and I'll talk a little bit about my experience. As I mentioned, what my perspective and what I believe I'll bring to the school board. And I have a child who had developmental delays because he was born premature. And so what we found, he did have pre-K. He was actually in Montessori, and he struggled with reading and as well as math skills, comprehension, decoding. All of those were an issue. And so I do believe that wraparound services are very important for students. And I believe that, again, you look at the children individually. I don't paint a broad brush to it because for some students, they'll come in and they are at home reading very early. So when we look at I think when you paint a broad brush, generally speaking, yes, pre-K is great. However, some students need it more than others because some students will actually have the support system in the home where others do not. And then some come with developmental delays, some come with English as a second language. So I look at the student and the situation that they are in and how I kind of look at pre-K.
Okay, very good.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
My turn.
Yours, Rick.
Welcome, Ms. Bennett.
Hello.
My name is Bill Jones. I'm representing the Teachers Association of Arundel. And I was looking through your application. And then your handwritten application, when you list some of the 3 goals you hope to accomplish. One was to increase teacher retention through training and preparation of new teachers and continued mentoring and motivation. And then in addressing the 3 biggest problems listed in 2C as teacher retention, which can be increased by building a summer training program for first, second, and third year teachers, as well as continued mentoring. In neither portion did you mention compensation as a way to retain teachers. Why?
Because it's secondary. Because I believe that, well, I talked about retaining teachers in the first, second, and third years because what I've seen and the research that I've done is that we lose teachers in those early parts of the year. Perhaps compensation comes into play when teachers have been here for quite some time. I think, when I look at it from my corporate lens, when I take a job, generally speaking, it's not in the first, second, or third year where I'm looking to increase the amount of money that, I signed up at the amount of money that they gave me when I started. More so, I think we're losing those teachers because they need additional support systems and mentoring through the process. It can be quite overwhelming to come into the classroom, I'm sure. I mean, I spend a lot of time volunteering in the classroom, on field trips, and it can be quite overwhelming if you don't have the structure and mentoring in place that you need. And I think that, we spend a lot of time talking about students and what they need, but I also believe that teachers and faculty and staff, they need some additional support systems as well.
A thought popped into my head as I was reading pages that I've already referenced. You mentioned motivation. And I wondered if maybe you were thinking of compensation would fall into there. The increased motivation, which is part of one of your sentences.
Yeah.
And if money was part of that motivation, then I would have a second question.
No, I was not thinking of when I said motivation. So I believe that as a parent and with, again, I told you, different skill sets, different needs with all 3 of my children, I've been not just a parent, but a true partner with the school system and with the teachers. And I know I have had some, I'll mention Miss Berry, my daughter's, She was in pre-K Montessori as well. Her teacher, she had her for 3 years, and Miss Berry had been in the school system for 25 years, probably more. And Miss Berry was absolutely fantastic. She was a teacher in the classroom, loved her job, loved all of the children, and she was a teacher that could teach other teachers and motivate other teachers. So when I put, motivation, that's where the direction that I was going. I believe that she is someone that can mentor and guide a younger teacher that might be overwhelmed or, trying to understand, how to operate in a classroom with all of these children and things like that. She was one of the best in the business. And I just said, you should teach other teachers, Miss Berry. And she said, I love the classroom so much more. She didn't want to necessarily, she had mentors because she, of course, had teachers in the classroom with her. And I know she was working with them and mentoring them in that way. But she really enjoyed being in the classroom. So that was the motivation. I think if they can tap into those very seasoned teachers, I think maybe we could actually retain more of our early younger teachers.
One more quick question.
Sure.
Do you think it's fair that teachers could be evaluated on how well students do in standardized test scores?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
I think it's a great question. Again, do I think it's fair? I think to an extent, absolutely. I don't think that's the only thing that we should look at, but I think that we should definitely look at test scores. Absolutely.
So you're telling me that their teachers should be evaluated by more than one mean, but that should be one of those means?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Pam Bukowski, I'm representing PTA.
Good evening.
Thank you for stepping forward, and I hope it's a very positive experience for you. You talked about the achievement gap, and Anne Arundel County Public Schools has probably been using that phrase since about 2004, specifically to address, countywide goals. How do you think the achievement gap can be eliminated? In other words, what can the system do differently?
So I think that if we look at the achievement gap, and I think we look at what works, what programs are currently working, what are we doing well, we assess those. Perhaps we scale up on those programs. I think that we also need to make sure that we have an ear on the ground in the community to understand what the community needs are of those particular schools where we have a large achievement gap. I think we can also look at students as individuals. Again, I don't like to paint a broad brush to things, but I think you look at it, you look at each student individually, and you look at, kind of the resources that they have around. So I mentioned earlier Ethan, my son, who had developmental delays, and I worked closely with his teachers and faculty and support systems, and I can proudly say that now in the 7th grade, Ethan has a 3.7 GPA, and instead of, having to take reading, which was like the bane of his existence for, 2 hours a day, we actually were able to pull him out of that class because he had tested out at this point, and now he's in Chinese class, and it's advanced. And so I think, we were able to do that because we looked at him as an individual. We got him the support that he needed. We met him where he was, and we were able to bridge that gap. I think I think his situation is going to be different than that of someone where, again, English is a second language, and perhaps, his parents aren't coming in and because there's a language barrier. So I think maybe at that point, we need to look at bringing the resources to them versus them coming to actually come in to receive the resources. I think we need to look at it from that lens.
Okay, you said they need to look at what works. So what works? What do you think works?
Well, so I believe that when I look at the system and I can only share what I know works, and what I know that works and has worked is definitely parental involvement is going to be key. I think coming to the table and understanding what the needs are for that particular child, testing worked. I think retesting worked, additional programs worked for Ethan. And this is all, in school. And I like to use examples. I don't really like to, I think the parental teacher involvement, I think constant communication, I think the additional support that he had in the areas where he lacked worked. And then I think reevaluating where he was and where he is work. So those evaluations I thought were very key. The testing was key to understand and identify what the needs actually were.
Okay. And then you also mentioned challenging all students to consider secondary education. What do you mean by that?
Challenging all students to consider secondary education. What I meant by that was, now we know that college is, some folks don't want to go to college. We know that, maybe some people choose to go right into the workforce, but I think we at least make sure that they know that secondary education is an option. We have community colleges, we have 4-year schools, and so I think making sure that we expose all children to secondary education. The fact that it's available, it's an option, even if they can't afford it, there are options for them. And if they choose not, that's okay.
Okay, well, generally when I think of secondary, I think of high school, middle school, high school, secondary, kind of like as opposed to primary, intermediate. But really, you're talking about post-high school.
Correct.
Opportunities. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then what do you see as a time commitment for being a board member?
What do I see as being a time commitment? I definitely know about the monthly board meetings. We have 2 a month. I know that there will be times that I'll be asked to represent the board at various events throughout the county at different schools. I know there are times when we'll be asked to give remarks. I would be very much interested in taking a look at most of the schools in the county. I'd like to be able to see kind of some of the ones that are testing with very, very high scores, and I'd like to also make sure that I'm at the other schools where, back to the achievement gap, where we see that maybe that they're not testing so well and they're struggling in areas.
Thank you.
So that's the time commitment I would give.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my
Hello.
name is Cam Gast. How are you?
Just fine, how are you?
I'm good. I represent 21, and I had some questions for you when you talked about the funding. You had mentioned about if there were shortfalls to engage businesses, universities, and foundations and build public and private partnerships. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on how you would do that?
Sure, absolutely. So again, I like to give examples. So I think that public-private partnerships are, they're key. They're paramount to budget shortfalls, and as we know, folks, we're cutting back, right, on certain programs, certain funding we're no longer receiving. And so I think that that's where the private sector can actually bridge the gap there. So, in my role, I do external affairs for my company, just one of the many hats that I wear. And, my job is to actually find organizations, 501c3, and other, nonprofits, schools, programs in which we can actually, fund, and they fit into our mission. And a lot of times, or they're just true partners in the community, and they need additional resources and help. And so I think that oftentimes the business community has dollars and resources. They just need to be asked. I think they need to be asked, you need to know who those folks are, and you need to get the ask in front of them, and you need to be specific about the ask. You need to tell them what the needs are of the community. The community needs everyone. And so the business community has a strong stake to make sure that our students have what they need. And I'll talk this one, and this is a small thing, but I think it's a great program. I was talking about it earlier with my husband, and it's a can-do card that the students at Crofton Middle School receive if they are on the honor roll. And with this can-do card, they can go around to all of this. They can go get cupcakes from the Cupcake Boulevard. They can eat at the Dickies for free. They can go and go-karting. They can bring their friends skating with them. All of this is free with the can-do card. And so it encourages the students to, one, always have honor roll. And then two, we go in, I get to meet the business owners. I get to tell them thank you on behalf of the students at Crofton Middle School. We appreciate their partnership. They're happy to do it. And that's a smaller scale. I think we can go in there with even more asks from the business community. So I think it's key.
Okay. And my other question is, what is your opinion of charter schools?
Sure. Charter school. So, I believe that there is a place for charter school. I think that there are specific needs in the county that the public school system may not be able to address or feel. And so if the charter school helps to promote our vision and fulfill those specific needs, then I'm for them. I think they provide another option for our students.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
I'm Susanna Kipke. I represent District 31. And my husband and I are raising his teenage sister. So she's a senior now, so you have our sympathy, solidarity, I don't know. It was actually pretty good. It's okay. But my question is, and you pretty much answered it, I think, but I just want to clarify that you would not support universal preschool, that you would support allowing parents to continue to choose, as we have now, whether or not to put their kids in preschool. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
okay? You've pretty much answered the other questions I had in my head, so
Awesome.
that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Thank you for being such a good volunteer in our schools. That's a wonderful thing. My name is Joanne Maynard, and I, in my professional life, spent most of it in public school service, and from the classroom to speech language pathology, administration, then appointed to the State Board of Education, so I've seen it from a lot of angles. Anyway, I see you have here, it says adequate funding at all grade levels and geographic areas as one of your 3 most critical issues. Well, budgets are getting somewhat tighter, seems annually, that we have quite a crunch there. Now, as your position, if you were on the school board, what do you think you would address first, or any area per se that if you had to cut something, or what would you consider?
Well, that's a good question, because when you talk to stakeholders, they are passionate about what they need. What would you said, what would I cut first? Is that the question?
Well,
No one likes
you know,
cuts.
Larger class sizes or programs, certain programs, take a look at them, course offerings.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a
It's a
good
tough
question.
one.
That's a tough question. You saw I had my notes for everything. I wasn't, let's see, all right. Oh, what do you cut first? I'm gonna think about that one. What do you cut first? Well, I think you take inventory. I'd have to take inventory before I could say I would cut anything. You take inventory, you see where the waste, the fraud, and abuse is going on, and I think that's where, those are the first line items that you cut. So I can't speak to a specific program right now, but that's generally how I do things.
Well, that's a good place. The second thing I'd like to ask you is that, have you any interest or concern about programs for gifted and talented students? I know you mentioned that you have a child in special needs area, and there's a range.
There
of
is a
programs
range.
that are needed in the schools.
So you were asking about would I cut them, or how do I feel about those programs, and do I feel like they're working?
Well, I'm not asking if you would cut them. How do you feel a need for it? Or maybe
Absolutely.
you feel a need for those students to have special programs to address their particular needs?
Oh, yes.
Which may be above and beyond.
So absolutely. So absolutely. So I talked about Ethan, but I also have an older son, and I've been through IEP and 504s, and so I definitely know that those programs are key. They're important. You have to have them with students that unfortunately have challenges and disadvantages. So I'm a strong believer in those programs for students who need them. And then, on the other spectrum, I have another child who is an overachiever, and so, she gets it done, and I think that programs for her as well are really important, and so she, generally speaking, is always in advanced classes, and she needs to be challenged. She appreciates being challenged. She likes to focus, and I dropped her off in class. This year she's at Nantucket, and I said, "Why is your desk next to the teacher?" Because that desk is generally reserved for someone, for a different need. And I said, "Why is your desk there?" And she said, "Oh, I just want to be focused. I don't want anyone talking. I just want to do my work. I want to make sure I'm getting all my work done." And I then went to the teacher. I said, "Why is Mackenzie?" And she said, "Oh, Mackenzie she doesn't want folks talking around. She wants to make sure that she's focused and disciplined, and she's always in advanced classes." And so I think on both sides, I think that having advanced kind of classes where students who are extremely focused and are overachievers and want to do more and want to be challenged in that way. I think having something for her, I think, is important. And then also on the other side for my other children who might struggle in other areas.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the hard question. I like hard questions.
I'm Linda Ferrara, and I represent the Association of Educational Leaders, which are the administrators in Anne Arundel County, which are the principals, assistants, etc. Okay. I'm pretty consistent. How do you build consensus? And give me an example and how you were able to do this.
Sure. So how do you build consensus? I think that you build consensus through compromise. understanding that it's not an executive decision, especially if we're talking about a board of 9 or more. You have to listen to all parties and stakeholders. You have to understand and share the common goal. And I think that when you're reaching a consensus, it's a consensus that we can all live with and that we believe will be effective in reaching that common goal and something that we can all be proud of.
You've done strategic planning?
Yes. Lots of it. And I have to bring a lot of parties to the table. We all have to work together.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I will say that I love administrators. I think they do, I love the teachers, I love the administrators. Again, I'm a true partner. And, we have some great administrators that I've been able to come in contact with in Anne Arundel County. And so,
Well, thank you for your support.
absolutely happy
Okay.
to do it.
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board, and how would you set to solve it?
Most important issue for the school board and how do you set to solve it? I think this goes back to you have a lot of stakeholders at the table. You have a lot of individuals who feel passionately about their issue. You're dealing with folks' children, right? To a certain extent, at least they think that you are. That's your role to deal with their children. So you have parties that are they are invested in the school board. They're invested in the schools. They're passionate about their issue. I think you have, so you have to, you have a lot of stakeholders at the table, and you have to listen to them, and you have to show them that you care about what they're saying, and you have to care. And you have to listen, and you have to reach the best decision based on the research that you are given, the questions that you ask of the stakeholders, and you have to work collectively with the team. And we all have to come out, and we have to reach consensus, and we have to agree. And we all have to work together, and we got to play nice in the sandbox.
This is my last question.
You're fine, you're
Okay.
145 on that.
Sure. As a school board member, parents with present concerns about the child's school, their teacher, their principal, what is the process, your response to dealing with this?
Would you ask me that question again? I want to
Okay.
make sure I hit.
As a school board member,
Uh-huh.
parents with present concerns
Sure.
about the child's school, their teacher, the principal, the curriculum. We could add, it could be a myriad of that. What is the process of your response to dealing with this?
So I would allow for the parent to work directly with the school and the superintendent, and kind of following that chain. You deal with the teacher, you deal with the administrator, and if you're not getting what you need there, then you elevate it to the superintendent level. And again, I believe that we have great, administrators in the schools that want to be partners. I mean, they mean very well, and if you come to the table and you're trying to work with them on the issue, I believe that you can actually work it out there.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your willingness to step up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I go last.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Emily Brandenburg. I am a former Board of Education member for District 33. Actually, I serve for the county executive now. So thank you very, very much for being here. It's my favorite seat. Just kidding. I wanted to talk a little bit about the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent, and then the relationship between the board and the superintendent. And essentially asking for your perspective and your ideas or your position as far as the role of the board the role of the superintendent, and then what a high-functioning relationship between the board and the superintendent looks like.
Sure. So the role of the board, as I see it, is to approve the budget, to set policy, and to hire the superintendent. And I see the superintendent as the executive officer of the school system. He is to manage his staff and his team, and he is the, he's the face of the school system. That's how I see that role.
And then the relationship between the board and the superintendent.
Sure. So we're to set policy, and his team and staff will implement policy. I think that, I see it under that umbrella. We're to set policy, and they're to implement the policy.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Kemp Hammond, I'm the District 30 representative. And I wanted to address a couple of the items on your question or your responses, written responses that were already brought up in Section 2B. You identify as a critical issue adequate funding at all grade levels. Are you assuming that is it your belief that there is inadequate funding at certain grade levels then?
I just want to make sure that there is adequate funding for grade level. I'm not necessarily saying that, I'm not saying that it's not adequate funding at all grade levels. I just want to make sure that there is adequate funding and it's level across all playing fields.
And is that the case with geographic areas? Because another issue identifies adequate funding at geographic areas. I take that to mean that you insinuate that there is inadequate funding at certain geographic areas. Is that the case as well?
I just believe that if it's my job to approve the budget and where dollars are being spent, that they are actually being spent across all geographical areas and at all grade levels to make sure that the schools and grade levels, no matter where you're located in Anne Arundel County, you have what you need and you have sufficient funding based on what the needs are.
Okay. And the one after that is the teacher retention that Commissioner Jones already discussed in his question, which to me insinuates that training is a top concern for teachers. Other than training, what are, a second or other needs that you would try to address as a school board member for teachers?
As a school board member, that they have adequate funding for support systems that they need. I think to the extent that we spoke about earlier in regards to, children that have special needs and require additional support systems, making sure that those type of programs are funded for those students.
All right, thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay. I usually have two go-to questions, and one of them I think you've kind of addressed. In fact, I think you short-sold yourself with Commissioner Bukowski, because I was going to say I appreciate your preparation. I noticed your notebook. You came before, and you anticipated the questions. You were reading my mind, like I was thinking the same thing with one of the questions, because you knew the questions were coming, so you've done your homework. So I thought to Commissioner Bukowski's question, you also are clearly aware of the time commitment and your homework between, so I thought you sort of sold yourself. But my other question then one is about how you do your research, but the other is then how do you measure success? How would you know if you're doing a good job in the position?
So where do I go to get my information? So I mentioned earlier, I think that, it's really important to engage all stakeholders in the issue. So I look at, if there's an issue that comes up, I think you look at all parties involved. I think you look at, is there going to be opposing views oftentimes, sometimes. Then you also look at the education clearinghouses. You go to community forums and you actually listen to what the community is saying. I think you also look at other counties, right? So if there's a policy that we are considering here, I think you look at another county that is implemented, on both sides and get to see what the outcomes are.
So you would support variation in policy across municipalities and states then, if you could? If you had a perfect world?
If I had a perfect world, I would support what now? To explain?
Variation. The Common Core question,
Oh.
one thing about Common Core is there's no variation across the states.
Yeah.
So without that, you can't do
Well,
those kinds of
yes.
comparisons.
Well, yes, we would have to look at what we did in the past.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Really appreciate you being here and doing this.
Oh, absolutely. I will go back. There was one thing about the public-private partnership as well. I think that parents also have a lot of additional resources that we haven't tapped into, and that sometimes we do, right? So some parents will step up. I mentioned in, my application that, I noticed, so I work on K Street and in a government affairs office, and I noticed that, we were so close to Capitol Hill, and, the students were not actually doing a field trip to Capitol Hill and meeting with their congressional delegation. And I threw it out to the administrator, and she, of course, said, "That's a great idea, Ms. Bennett. You take that on. You go ahead and schedule that." And so it started, the first year that my son was there for the 8th grader, so he was a 6th grader at that time. And it's been something that we continue to do, and I know that when my sons leave Crofton Middle School, we will continue that program. So I think that's an example of how not only were we able to get the parent to actually do the work, right? I came up with the idea, so you come up with an idea at the school setting, they say, "Run with it, Ms. Bennett," absolutely. And then I do the legwork for it, and we go and engage in, again, it's for the 8th graders, the folks that actually do this history project, they're actually able to go on this Capitol Hill field trip. But I think we can tap into the parents and the resources and the businesses in our community for some of those shortfalls, so.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's a suggestion, a quiet motion has been made for a break. Is there any objection to a 5-minute break?
5 minutes.
Okay. So we'll do a 5-minute break and regroup.
Sounds good. Okay. She did her I do want to bring some.
Is that guy going to know that we're staying late again?
Stiff.
I know, these chairs are not super comfy.
I can almost tell.
No, I have not.
I have not. I know the liability.
Yeah, I have to tell you though, I put my name in
This time,
5 years ago now.
There's nothing
It was just me and one other candidate.
think
The people who have come
anyone's
forward
gonna say about
are
someone with as
amazing.
good as an
You know,
issue.
this particular pool of candidates, I think, are just,
Timothy Boston.
I have enjoyed, all of them, really.
I was there when you voted for him. And I told you over the phone, do you remember?
It's gonna be
I
kind
said,
of
there's
tough.
something wrong with this resume. I told you, red flag.
Yeah.
I saw it immediately.
There's one coming up that I
Because I
think
look at them very,
is Claudia.
Yeah.
Oh,
very,
Yeah.
this guy.
I don't know.
Too.
Yeah, Don Meyer, she looks nice too.
And they all are. And this silence.
I like Eric too. I thought he was really nice and assuming. And the reason I like him so much is the book doesn't have the attorney. They have their own attorney.
Right.
The school system, but that attorney is so
And it
important.
was never looked at, never discussed.
Yeah,
that's, let's see.
Well, she's an engineer.
Oh, no, she's an attorney. She's another attorney. This one is,
She was
and I thought there were two.
possible.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. Who knows? Okay, everybody's finance. No, she's director of business and finance, so she's got a business background.
And this is my response to that. My response is, I want the best qualified candidate.
She got a school off, she's just not practicing. Yeah.
And look at this, the same year.
Too late.
Yeah.
Not messing around.
Wow.
That's what I'm telling you, like, people who put their names forward.
It's
The names that are on there now, so many of them are just.
okay, it's consensus.
And that was good at one time, but not now.
I'm telling you, people who put their names forward are just incredible.
It is.
Really, really like that. I would not have gone.
No, that's for me. I'm thinking, wow. In fact, I said something else. I don't
Well, from DC to
Anyway,
Colorado.
I just like
Sucked.
her. I thought
Figured it out, and I was like, no.
She never leaves.
Yes.
Timeline.
Yes.
I like made everybody get on a conference call.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Went really smoothly.
Yeah. And some things I'm working through with everything. It's going to take me double it to do something, because it's always,
Okay.
It takes longer to get it.
We're back in order, and Ms. Myers, just a reminder, we'll do a 5-minute, you can do a 5-minute introduction at about 4:30. I'll start to make motions at 5, I'll start making noise, and then we'll go up and down the rows. We'll start down here at this end, I think this time with Commissioner Hammond, and we'll do questions through it.
Okay, great.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I've lived in Anne Arundel County for my entire life. I went through the Broadneck feeder system, graduated from Broadneck High School, and my kids are currently in the exact same feeder system. I passionately believe in public education, and more specifically, public education here in Anne Arundel County. I'm here to lend a diverse view to the board. I am charitably called a budget optimizer for the state of Maryland. I've been a budget optimizer for over 17 years. With my law degree and MBA, I view my job as making sure taxpayers are getting their value for their tax dollars. I would like to bring my years of budgeting experience to the Board of Education to ensure that the school is using our tax dollars where they will most benefit the children. People may not be aware of the power of budget in government. The budget is the ultimate policy document that government creates. The Maryland General Assembly has one constitutional mandate: to pass the budget. That's it. That's the only reason they're there. They do other things, but at the end of the day, they really only have one job. If something's funded, it's a priority, and conversely, if it's not, it's not. Since 2012, the school budget has grown by nearly 19% in the most recent board-approved budget. One of the largest growing budgets, administration. It grew by 35% over the same time period. Instructional wages and salaries, otherwise known as the teachers, only grew by 14%. And teacher classroom funds only grew by 5% over the same time. As a member of the board, I would work with the school system to determine why the growth rate for administration far outpaces that of the teachers and the teacher classroom funds. I believe these are fundamental policy questions that should be asked. Unfortunately, the budget process is a rather dense exercise that few people have the enthusiasm or experience to explore. I would lend a viewpoint that could be extremely valuable on the board and could result in resources being targeted for greater classroom achievements. As a small example, in the budget for Associate Superintendent for School Performance, that budget has increased 183% or $1.1 million since 2012. There are a few areas in the budget that could be explored for efficiencies. For example, in this particular budget item, they have a listing for equipment, and under the equipment, it says none requested. However, in the 2017 budget, it's budgeted $25,000. If we look at professional development in the same budget unit, in FY15, the unit only spent $4,500 on this expense. Since 2012, the most that unit has spent on professional development was $18,000. However, the budget for 2017, as approved by the board, was $125,000 for that line item. So I believe that my experience would really lend a very critical eye in helping make sure that the board and the school are working together to make sure every dollar is efficiently budgeted and spent, and to make sure the public understands where all of these dollars actually go. There are a lot of really amazing possibilities of public education. Currently, I work at the University of Maryland, and we explore private-public partnerships all the time to help our resource-strapped campus do really amazing things. Additionally, we have greatly expanded our development efforts, bringing in an additional $50 million in resources to the campus without costing the taxpayers anything, as these are donations. I believe we can expand and improve our current efforts here in Anne Arundel County and bring badly needed resources to our schools. Lastly, I have many friends who are teachers in the system, and to say they are demoralized would be a bit of an understatement. Years of no raises, strapped resources, and challenging working conditions are causing many of them to leave. We have to make Anne Arundel County schools a great place not only to educate kids, which I really think it is, but a great place to work as well. I believe I can help maximize the dollars currently spent and be a critical part of the effort to bring new resources into the system. I can speak as a product of the school system as well as a parent of children in the school system. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, I am Kemp Hammond, I'm the District 30 representative, and I hear you loud and clear on your focus on the budget, and I understand, as you said, the sort of teacher classroom funds versus administration. I'm curious as to whether That's, you have anything more specific, if you have specific proposals on any monies that you would propose reallocating so that, as you started with, focus taxpayer dollars to benefit the children?
I think that there are some areas in the budget that could be focused, and maybe, it's difficult to say, as somebody who's not putting the budget together, these categories, in my experience, usually the other categories, are kind of placeholders for what they anticipate maybe spending money on. For me, I'd like to know where you're spending the money and why you're spending it, and Governor Hogan in his budget's very clear that don't use other categories. Tell people where you're spending the money. Don't put it in other contractual services, or they even have a category called other costs. And as a budget analyst, I would frequently see these kind of other categories and just say, I need a better explanation as to where it's going, because right now, I mentioned a few of these increases. I did read the entire thing. I think there are really ways that we could work with the school system in a very cooperative effort just to make sure that, maybe something's not getting overlooked, or we can go ahead and put these forward without creating a kind of antagonistic sort of exercise out of it. But I think generally speaking, when people know that you're reviewing the budget, I think they more carefully put together a budget. And so with somebody like who has my skill set on there, I think that will help focus some of it too, because I think generally speaking, when I've talked to people, I don't get a sense that they understand that this is kind of how the budget has been going forward.
Another question I have is related to what I think is interesting. In your application, you talk a lot about coding and how there's not enough coding.
Right.
I took C++ class when I graduated my senior year in high school, and that was high school. Is that one of the ideas you're thinking about, that you would propose, is having more computer programming classes, or something else?
My son came home with this flyer, and he was so excited about it, and it said, we're going to do a coding club in class, and in school. And he has a rocketry class, and he does Legos programming, and so he was so excited, and he went to the coding, and it was a little room, and it was a teacher who didn't seem to really know much about coding, but basically they handed out a flyer saying, go to code.org. Now here you have more kids that could fit in the room, and you had an enthusiastic group of kids, and you just kind of handed them a flyer. And to me, with Minecraft, where the coding is relatively easy for them to make something like a pink unicorn, or their own set of armor, you have these really great opportunities to do a very limited project in coding and just get kids excited. And if it's something they like, maybe we do, you could do something further and get more classes like the Python classes, or the C++. But to me, it's kind of a wasted opportunity to have kids where they're the youngest and the most enthusiastic about computers, and especially with the games that are out there today, and then just kind of refer them to a website. So that was really my thought, is to really get, a lot of resources together so that we can do either an effective after-school activity or work it some way into the curriculum as part and parcel of their technology experience, in a general education type class.
All right, thanks.
Hi, I am Emily Brandenburg. I'm the county executive appointment and a former Board of Education member for District 33. One of the things that I think is so critical and so important is understanding the role of the board and the role of the superintendent, and then would like your perspective on the relationship between the board and the superintendent.
It appears that it's a very cooperative and very supportive role the board serves for the superintendent. And I've listened to, I love the YouTube online because you can see the board meetings. And it's, it's very obviously pro-school, which is fantastic, and I think it should be. From a budget perspective, I would like to see some more policy questions as far as the fiscal budget, because while there are a lot of really big educational questions to answer on the school board, I think that those tend to be so high-flying and they kind of take all the oxygen out of the room. But at the end of the day, if your money's not going where you think your policy priorities are, then you might have a bit of a disconnect. And so I don't want to necessarily ground the talk a little more, but I think that in addition to being supportive, I don't think it's a bad thing to say, why is this money allocated here? Or, why did you choose this program over this program? Or, these 5 programs seem to be kind of similar. Can you sort of tell me why we have them working on similar ideas? And I don't, in the meetings that I've seen, they're very policy-oriented and very in-depth, but I never kind of see the money talk in those meetings. And I think that there is certainly a supportive way without being combative or bombastic to kind of bring that into it and continue to be supportive, because I mention these, but I'm not looking for the money to be cut. I'm just looking for the money to be, where it's the greatest good.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Does Mel have a question?
I get to go clean up.
I'm Linda Ferrara, and I represent the Association of Educational Leaders. That's the administrators, the principals, the assistant principals, and directors. I have 3 questions. How do you build consensus? And give me an example on how you were able to do this.
Okay. For me, consensus is really important when you're trying to do anything in an organization, especially when you're trying to affect change. And so consensus, I always believe it needs to involve a lot of people at a lot of different levels, and never should you be in a meeting where you're trying to implement something and you look around and everybody's got your same title. That's kind of a failed meeting to me. So where I had to build consensus, we had, I worked for the Maryland General Assembly as a budget analyst, and at the time, lead paint was a very big problem in Baltimore City. And Governor Glendening had put in this bill that would have given Baltimore City a huge grant in 3 different areas: the environment, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and DHCD, Housing and Community Development. And I oversaw the environmental agencies. And we got the plan, and the plan called for environment to get so much money and health to get so much money and DHCD to get so much money. And it had no coordination. And for us, when you hand out that kind of money with such an important mission, there needed to be coordination between the agencies. You don't want to replace a window in a house that has a lead paint problem when it's got asbestos or lead pipes. The window's not going to fix the inherent problem in the house. So we worked with the 3 agencies to try to get them together. And we couldn't convey to them that it was really, really important for them to do this. I mean, this is a national spotlight issue, and essentially, they just wanted their money and wanted to go. And so my colleagues and I all sat in a room and said, I hate to do this, but I'm zeroing out the budget for the environment. They're not going to get their money. They don't show that they're coordinating, and I know this is a priority of the government, and I'm in a Democratic legislature, but if you're not going to use it right, don't take it. So we told them that they weren't going to get the money until they came to the budget hearing and could explain how they were going to coordinate. So they came to the budget hearing, promised they were going to coordinate, they turned a report in, and they couldn't even get all the signatures on 1 page of the report. And they still weren't talking. Like, Environment wanted to put out notices in water bills about lead paint. And I'm like, do the tenants get the water bills? Like, when I rented a house, I didn't get a water bill. And then we had the problem of DHMH would test the kids, and they'd come up positive, but then they wouldn't tell the other 2 that there might have been more than 1 kid in that building. Like, there was just, so we kept the money back, and they didn't get it again until we could get them all in a room, all together, and say, this is our problem. You've got to do this together. And then finally we released the money when it was done, and Baltimore City ended up having one of the most successful lead paint abatement programs. And Governor O'Malley, when he was mayor of Baltimore, his city stat really captured how this program was funded and how it did a really good job. We had to tweak it as we found issues over the years, but it did. I mean, you don't hear Baltimore and lead paint anymore like you used to in the 90s. So I tried to build consensus by including, we had stakeholders at the meetings, we had parents at the meetings, we had attorneys who had represented parents. It's important just to include everybody's voice in something like that to build a consensus and make sure everybody wants the same goals at the end. And we did that, and it was a hugely successful it wasn't perfect, but nothing in government, I think, is.
Okay, thank you. What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board, and how would you set to solve it?
I think one of the most important issues is resources. I think for any government agency right now, no government agency is walking around saying, we've got more than enough resources, thanks. I mean, everybody's taken a hit with the taxes over the years, and now you have this, you know, Anne Arundel County is a very conservative county, and you have people elected who are interested in maintaining a certain level of taxes. So now you have to operate with restrictions, and you have to make sure that the dollars are being maximized. And I think really weighing teachers and teacher salaries, I mean, who's going to take a job where you don't get a raise for 5 years? I mean, weighing having an effective workforce with these restricted resources is going to be one of the things that the board is going to keep bumping up against. I think this year they're well over the maintenance of effort requirement. Now it's up to the county to decide whether or not they're going to fund that request so high. You know, when you work in state government, the general consensus is at some point the budget will only be K through 12 and Medicaid, you know, because the growth rates exceed that of every other unit, and obviously you can't let that happen. So you have to moderate what the growth rates are, and it's that give and take, I think, that's going to be really, really big. And on top of it are just the key issues that everybody is really interested in, which are, you know, the high stakes testing and those types of things, and wanting to have the best school system possible, and at the same time somehow having it not cost more than last year to provide. So I think, to me, that's one of the premier issues that they have to deal with.
My last question. As a board member, parents with present concerns about the child's school, their teacher, their principal, curriculum, it can go on for a while. What is your process? What is the process of your response to dealing with this?
My job every day, I kind of call it putting out fires. I never know what my job's going to be when I show up to work, and sometimes it's just like completely crazy. I think the process would be to ask questions and find out why they're contacting me. Obviously, either they're very happy or very mostly upset about why they took the time to contact me. And then you have to figure out what happened to get them to the point where they felt that they needed to reach out. And then once the issue is researched, then you do the best you can to give them an answer that's truthful and thoughtful as to how you can help them resolve it, or if it's, you know, hopefully it's an issue that can be resolved. And if it's not, explain in the best way why it's not an issue you can resolve, and see if you can get them in touch with the right people. I mean, the board is the public face of first parents anyway. If you have an issue in your school that's not getting resolved at the school level, I know I called the board and it was a little disheartening to not have gotten, I'm not in district, I got redistricted into mine. But this was several years ago, and I didn't get a call back from anybody, and then eventually I contacted the president of the board and they did call me back. So, you know, you have to be responsive to people, because then the argument is, well, now we just need an elected board, because elected board member would be, maybe yes, maybe no. I've had elected people not necessarily call me back either. So I think that you just do your best to provide a really good and thoughtful answer. And at the end of the day, if you can't resolve the issue, then, you know, I wish that I could have come up with a mutually agreeable solution, but sometimes it's out of your hands as to what you can do at that level.
Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Your turn to go. Hi, my name is Joanne Maynard. I have a couple of questions here to ask you. One is about some comments that come from the receivers of the products of the public schools, business people, and one of their complaints is that the oral and written language skills are quite deficient. And have you any idea about that, or maybe you disagree with it? I think with all the technology that we have, they're getting less opportunity to speak. Maybe not right, I don't know about that, but would you care to comment on that, or?
I think generally, in my current position, I see people with all types of educations, from PhDs just coming in, trying to get their bachelor's degrees. And I think generally, it's a broad generalization. I think there are some people who do a tremendous job, and then you have people who might think, well, 50 years ago, everybody was writing at this level, and now they're not. Part of it can be technology. Apparently, texting can really, really inhibit a person from learning all of the grammar rules, and so I think it's a difficult balance. I think that it is important that people know how to write and communicate effectively. As an attorney, I would be really, really upset if my attorney wrote something, and being on a volunteer organization with my community, we had a lawyer who wrote something that was at best deficient, and we got a new attorney, and so it is concerning. And I think that with Common Core and anything that comes afterwards, the teachers really have to say, if this is helping. Is this helping me produce a better product? And if it's not, then work with the school board and the superintendent to see if you can get something in there that would help them read and write better, honestly. I mean, I think the teachers are on the front line and can see the decline, if there in fact is one. Anecdotal evidence is kind of always hard to pin down, but to me, they're on the front line and they read it every single day. And if they think that there's something that can be done to fix it, that's what professional development's for, and get them out and learn how, other ways that can help kids to become better writers. But yeah, you certainly don't want Anne Arundel County to be known for producing kids who can't effectively communicate to the best of their abilities. But I would really start with the teachers and really ask them how they could improve, and really look at the test scores and see if it's in fact a true statement. That's what's going on.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Mm-hmm. My second question is this: as I look at your application, you might have even been one of these. According to what I read here, that you got your Juris Doctorate at Tulane.
Yes.
At the same time, you got was it an MBA at the same year?
19 graduate school credits. That's an amazing semester.
That's remarkable to me. I just, that leads me to my question. Do you feel that we are addressing and providing for gifted and talented children in our schools to the extent that we should be, or do you feel that it's being adequately addressed?
When I went to school, I don't think it was the official policy, but kids were tracked in Anne Arundel County. And my mom, this is one of my favorite stories about her, I begged to be moved up when I was in 3rd grade. And the teachers just told me basically no. And kids knew what class they're in. You know. I mean, you're not in the gifted and talented class. And so when the Iowa Achievement Tests, and I'm dating myself, came out, she went up to the principal's office and put the test down and said she scored the highest percentile. Why isn't she there? And so they moved me up in everything but math, which I find ironic since my MBA is in finance and I do math all day. But those hopefully different times. So for me, I knew I was moved up to the classes, and everything that was good about tracking was bad, because if I didn't have my mom fighting for me, I'm the daughter of a firefighter. My mom didn't go to college. My dad didn't go to college. If she didn't fight for me, I don't know that I'd be sitting here in front of you today, getting into the gifted classes. So for me, what I like about Common Core is it takes away that choice. Now, my husband absolutely hates it for that reason. All the kids go to STEM now, STEM math, and unless the teacher has a particularly good reason for not putting them in it. And as long as the kids are able to flexibly move and it's not some kind of badge of dishonor, I don't think, there is an issue. But for me, I would like them to have kids to have the opportunity in gifted classes, but the pie's only so big. And so the vast majority, the spending for special education far outweighs anything in gifted and talented education. And so whatever you're going to add for gifted, you've got to take away from somewhere else. And I think it is a very interesting policy question, and it's one of those policy questions that I don't think anybody would say less resources for gifted kids. But at the other hand, you've got constraints. Would I like to see more? I think I definitely would like to see more, but I would also like to see, as somebody who had to fight for it, maybe an objective way to put kids into the program, so that it's not just a very closed circuit and more kids have the opportunity to enjoy it.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kipke. I'm the District 31 representative. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on charter schools. I know Arundel County has a few. They're fairly successful. And I'm curious to know if you would support efforts to open up more.
Well, the charter schools in Anne Arundel County, I haven't, my kids don't go to the charter schools, but I think that the law has been passed and the people have spoken that this is something they want to explore. And as long as there's adequate oversight and they're providing great services to kids that are actively signing up for it and want to be in it, I don't see any kind of issue, especially if they're in an area where the public school is just not competitive. So I think that they can be definitely part of the solution. You have to make sure there's adequate oversight, because like with everything else, you can end up with people stuck in a bad school or a financially unstable school. But if they're running great and everybody's enjoying their experience there and they're being successful, that's the whole point.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm trying to find in my notes something that you said earlier. It was when you first started talking, and you mentioned about the funding for the administrators versus the classroom. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah. Since 2002, administration, and I put that as, they use the state budget categories for administration, it grew by 35%, when the entire school system only grew by 19%. The teacher salaries, which is, as you know, the vast majority of the budget, only grew by 14%. And I work in the physics department, but it's not physics to know that if you've got the biggest part of your budget growing at a smaller rate than your total growth, something else has to be outpacing it. And part of it's administration and the other part of it's fixed cost. But to me, I think it's an interesting policy question, because I don't think that anybody ever says, we're growing administration by 35%. It's about the teachers and but you look at the numbers, and this is what I like to point out to people, but where did you put your dollars?
I know what they put
It ended up not being where people thought it would be.
Now, when you say administration, what does that include? Is that talking about other than teacher staffing in the school, like principals?
No,
Or is that at Board of Ed, or?
That, it's going to be the state classification for administration, which I believe is above principal.
It is. It's a central office.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Pam Bukowski, representing PTA. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. I hope it's a good experience for you. You mentioned that one of your issues would be focused resources toward expenditures that directly impact student success. So what are these expenditures?
I know at our local school level, we have things that I consider kind of odd that the PTO pays for. Smart boards were kind of scattered shot throughout the school. We added, at Cape Elementary, we added kindergarten. And because it was capital money, every single schoolroom for the kindergartners got a smart board. But you had fifth graders who didn't have any smart board. And to me, it seems like the kindergartners wouldn't benefit as much as the fifth graders would. So the school, the PTO had to raise a whole bunch of money for these smart boards, and which they did, and raised a lot of money, and we've been phasing them in over this time. But I think in a $1 billion budget, it's kind of difficult for me to say that we should, I mean, my PTA raised it, so if your PTA didn't raise it, did you not get smart boards? Is that how the county works? Like, to me, it just seems odd that something that is so needed is something that's just not being done. I mean, we've bought vacuum cleaners for the janitorial staff because the vacuum cleaners that the county bought weren't doing the job. And at this point, it's difficult for me to, you know, I mentioned the $125,000 in a category where they've only spent $18,000, and it's difficult for me to sit there and go, I've got to raise money to put this basic equipment in the classroom. Like, I think the PTOs bought most of the Chromebooks in the school, and most of the, you know, it just seems odd to me at the basic level. I mean, I talked to somebody else, and their PTO's raising money so that the teachers each have a copy of the teacher handbook, because there's a policy that it's one for every 3 teachers. Like, I mean, you're talking basic books at this point that they're raising money for. And to me, I think that the more dollars you can kind of head toward the classroom and the teachers. I mean, nobody ever says, oh, I'm so glad there was the associate superintendent of school performance. He changed my life. You know, and it's not that that's not an important job, but everybody remembers their teacher and how they influenced them. And to me, the more money that's spent on the teachers, the classrooms, the facilities in the classrooms, I think the better the kids' educational experience will be.
Okay. And then you talk about the school system being impacted by students who might have 504s, IEPs, students who are English language learners. Although you referred to food instability, I guess in a broader sense, lower socioeconomic, below poverty level students. And you said that the system has an obligation to ensure that the funds spent to assist these children are actually making a difference and being spent wisely. So as a board member, who's going to be doing this oversight, and what objective measures are going to be used to see, you know, that this implementation is being successful?
I think you have to ask the question, and to me, if the school itself isn't giving a report on the kind of services it's delivering to the children and then finding out for themselves whether or not it's doing any good, that might be something that needs to be looked into. But I think as a board member, it would be incumbent upon me to review those and to see if it's not an insignificant amount of money and it's not an insignificant amount of children that are affected by this. I mean, I have nephews that have these plans, and you want to see that they work and that they're doing great things with this money. And for me, if the school's not reviewing them, I think as a board member, it'd be incumbent upon me to ask why they're not, and to go through and see what their thoughts on what can be done better or what kind of resources. I mean, the board is a cheerleader for the school and should try to get out there and get as much resources as it can for the school and not necessarily just be a critical force.
Okay. And then you talked about your PTO raising funding or raising funds for, you know, the smart boards, et cetera. And as PTA, we have been trying for several years to get away from the fundraising model, because we're an advocacy group. That's what PTA is, and just by extension, I mean, that's what we hope that other parent organizations in the county are. So where do you see this parent involvement fitting in. And again, looking at the whole county. Some areas, the pockets are richer. I don't mean richer, I mean in the resources of having, parents who are able to devote a lot of time or to somehow manage to be a presence, whereas others don't have that, that luxury, that flexibility, or that desire.
I think that because so many fundraising activities are kind of foisted upon the PTOs and PTAs, that there's not as much of a coordinated effort. And I've heard people that have tried to donate to the school system and have been told, no, we don't take specific donations for specific schools, because you don't want one to be a Taj Mahal and then one to be without. But I think there's a way to do development, and we do it at the University of Maryland, where it's not all just about the business school and all the, the people on Wall Street, that we raise funds for everybody in every group, from English to physics to math. And, we put our efforts into raising money for the entire campus. And I think, at least in my experience, my PTO wasn't doing a particular type of fundraising for whatever reason. And then we learned that other schools were doing it and how much they were raising, and then all of a sudden we did it and we raised a lot of money. And to me, it just should be a more coordinated response, because we're providing a lot of basic things to the school. And if we're, and I know you want to move away from the fundraising model, but if it's not being done well across the board at all the schools, then you're going to get these schools with and school without. And that's why I think in many ways it would make sense to have the fundraising more concentrated at the school level, so that you don't have, if your school doesn't have parents who are as interested, then you just aren't as benefited. If you have the school raising money, and the library has its own foundation, and there are fundraisers that are out there that do this, then you can treat the schools better, even if they have a disparity in parent participation. So as far as advocacy goes, I know there's a group that's working with, teacher raises and really putting it out there, saying that the teachers, this is how long it's been without a raise. I don't think people knew until, a lot of the recent press, how long it had been, before raises. So I think always advocating for the school system just puts it out there in the public mind. And it's never a bad thing to be out there and advocating for education. It's one of the greatest things about our country.
Okay. And then just to shift gears, but very briefly, what is your understanding about the time commitment that being a member of the board will?
A lot. That the morning meetings aren't just mornings, and the evening meetings go late into the night. So no, I'm aware of the time commitment. And it's not insubstantial, no. But it's an important job. It's one of the most important jobs, I think, in the county. So it deserves to take up a lot of time.
Very much.
I guess you don't think it can be any worse than 19 graduate semester hours?
Probably not.
My name is Bill Jones. I'm representing the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. And you mentioned very early on when we sat on the major introductory remarks, challenging working conditions. And one of those challenges falls to every single elementary school teacher in the county. Elementary school teachers only get planning time when their kids are gone off to what we generally refer to as a special.
Yep.
When their class is gone to an hour of music, then the teacher gets an hour of planning time. Once the kid's gone to PE for an hour, then the teacher gets her planning time or his planning time. And then media and art are the other two. There's only 4. And on days when a teacher's class does not have a special on their schedule, then the teacher is with his or her students from the time the students arrive until the students leave, except for a 25-minute lunch period, and often even that. And that's not paid for.
No.
You indicated an interest in technology, in coding, in getting more computer experience, if I'm going to speak to it under a larger umbrella. Would you support funding and staffing a 5th special for technology?
I think, in speaking to my friends who are teachers, when people talk about why people have left Anne Arundel County, or why they're thinking about leaving. The raises are important, but the working conditions are what's really upsetting them. And I think that, I know my kids love going to the specials. It breaks up their day. Their kids, especially in elementary school, they have a really long period for math and English. And it's really difficult for them to go from that schedule to the middle school schedule where you're just moving classes all day long. And so if it's something that the teachers would support and it would be something I think the parents would support, I think I definitely would, but I'd have to talk to the teachers and the principals and see how it would impact their day. I'll tell you, my kid's in an A-Day, B-Day, C-Day class in middle school, so he gets banned 5 times a month. I don't want any kind of ridiculous, I'm like, yeah, for that, but then when you implement it, it's like, oh, yeah, no, now I don't have enough time for anything. I'd have to see what the parameters of what happens, because it doesn't do any good to have a class 5 times a month. I mean, it doesn't, but at the same time, I think that it's, at least at the elementary school level, I think it would definitely be appreciated by the teachers to have more time. I'm amazed that they can put together as much as they put together with as little time as they have, truly.
It has been a topic of discussion for at least a decade. So those of us who believe in safety purposes, if the students' technology education they more and more need, it becomes a greater need every year, and give that teacher at least a planning time every day. 5 days, 5 specials.
Yeah, right now, my understanding from my students, my kids, is that it's really up to the teacher as to whether or not they go to the computer lab and do the specials. And so if you have a teacher who likes to do it, then they go, and if he's busy, then they don't. And so right now, to me, it's a very uneven. Megan's in a class where the teacher likes to take them, so she goes, my daughter goes a lot, but they've been in classes where they don't go as often. And so I think a more stable curriculum for that would be definitely a benefit.
Thank you. I don't have.
Okay.
Good evening, Ms. Myers. I'm Rob Burton. I represent the business community. How are you doing this evening?
Very well. How are you today?
First, I want to thank you for stepping up and expressing your desire to serve on the County Board of Education for District 33. These positions, as you well know, are leadership positions in their communities. We certainly have a number of people that are very good managers of things in leadership positions such as this. There's no question about that. Certainly, you've demonstrated your skill sets when it comes to managing numbers and managing finances and stuff like that. But being in a leadership position, you're also a leader of people as well, and a leader within your community. And within your application here, I was struck by the passion that you showed. And let me cite 2 sentences you have here. Every county resident benefits from a successful school system. A great school system is the foundation of a successful community. If you had the opportunity to assume this leadership position for District 33, and recognizing that a majority of our households in this county really don't have children in the public school system, how would you go about educating the community on these very important perspectives that you just laid out?
I think
to convince them to, recognize the importance of public education.
For me, I know of quite a few people who don't have children and who sit there and say, it's $1 billion budget, it's just a waste, why do I have to keep giving them more and more money? There's no way that it's operating efficiently. And for me, government very rarely is quote unquote wasting, like the waste is small, it's just a question of, in my mind anyway, in my experience, it's just a question of priorities. And for me, the best thing that you can do is not only show results, which are having great kids in the community and well-spoken, and they get letters of resumes, and the resumes look well put together and are ready to come out in the business world and be contributors. And I think the kids themselves can be the best ambassador for that. But I think as the school board, you have to show them that you are serious about this being a top flight educational system. And, how you're serious about it is getting the school system involved with businesses, with public-private partnerships. I mean, we're inventing a quantum computer, or a lot of physicists are trying to invent a quantum computer, and Lockheed Martin is one of our partners in doing that at the University of Maryland. And so, when you engage the community that way, and the university every year does, it's called Maryland Day, but it's not officially on the Maryland Day we just had, but you can go to campus and you can sit in the wind tunnel and you can go into these labs and see these labs at work as they're building quantum computers, and really make people excited about the University of Maryland. And I think that Anne Arundel County can absolutely do that about its own school system. I mean, everybody knows that the vast majority of it is a fantastic school system. I mean, you've got great IB programs, you've got great STEM programs, you've got, but I think to me the biggest things are the kids that are doing these amazing things. I mean, you have people who have won the Intel Award living in this county, and make them the ambassadors for the brand, and really kind of definitely engage the business community and showing them what amazing kids they have right here in their back door, and that they'll go off to college, but a lot of people come back to Anne Arundel County because they like the lifestyle here and they like living here, and just show how valuable we are. I mean, I'm K through 12, and I went to University of Maryland College Park. You can't get a bigger Maryland fan than me. And if I can be an ambassador and say, look, I can get it. I got a law degree and an MBA, and I've been working for the state of Maryland and trying to make your tax dollars the most effective as they can. I think it's all good. And to me, really establishing ties with the business community is absolutely key, because education isn't just about being employed, but it certainly helps your life out if you have a great education and then can move on to a great career. And I think showing the business how much the school contributes to them, not only with consumers and employees, is a great thing.
And I do have a question as a follow-up concerning the business community, but I still want to go back to my first question. I don't think the business community needs selling on the idea and importance of education.
Right.
It's the households that don't have children in the school system, and how would you in this leadership position convey to those majority of households in this county that the public education system is critical to a vibrant community when they don't even have exposure to children in the school system? How do you get these children as ambassadors out in front of that part of our community, to exhibit and demonstrate the importance, as you noted in your application?
Well, I think social media has sort of revolutionized how people get the word out, and I think the fact that Bob Mosier and his daughter got worldwide attention for singing Frozen as part of the song on to tell people that it wasn't, in fact, a snow day, shows you that we can do those types of things. I think if we did more outreach in that way and made people aware of the amazing kids we've got in our school system, either through social media or not, it's difficult for me because I don't know if you've been to Cape St. Clair, but literally the elementary school is surrounded by the community. And so for us, that elementary school is huge, and Bronick High School is just such a part of the community. The kids walk to the local growls and they go through the tours as part of first grade. And we're able to get them out in the community. We do fun runs and we do all of these things. And if we have to do that in every community, I think that would be spectacular for people to see these kids out and about. For me, it would just be more about trying to get the word out and showing them you're serious about being, the school, I believe we're $30 million over maintenance of effort, but you really have to show them, look, this is where your dollars are going, and we're doing a good job with it, and we're efficient, and maybe compare us to other surrounding counties, and show that this is a good use of your dollars, this is how many go to college, this is how many are employed in 5 years, and really show the results of having it, and make it out there in public. I mean, the school website is fantastic. I wouldn't have been able to pull all these budget numbers in any other. I'll tell you that right now, if you tried to find the budget numbers that I found here, you wouldn't find them on the state and the county websites. They're just not there. The school is fantastic for putting these numbers out and having people read it. And I think we just have to do more of that and make more of an effort to get it out more broadly. Like I said, if Bob Mosier can make it to the UK's Daily Mail, then I think we have hope to get some of the bigger, more substantive issues out in front of our county electorate.
I think my time allotment's up, so I'll
It is.
withhold the follow-up question unless you're willing to indulge me, Mr. Chairman.
You're at actually 247 for the second question, actually.
I'm sorry, what?
You're still at about 250 for the second question.
I am? Okay, very good. My follow-up question, and you did note and emphasize the importance of private sector partnerships that you have at the University of Maryland system, which is a public education system here in Maryland. Could you give us some examples, if you were in this leadership position as a member of the school board for District 33, what type of examples can you give to us as to how you would engage the business community in a public-private type set of partnerships that would bring the additional funding that could be utilized in the areas where you think they would be most definitely needed in the education of our young people?
I think that there are a lot of really great employers here that do amazing scientific work and that could really benefit from kids, especially in the STEM classes, being exposed to those types of engineering and employment. And I think, for us, one of the biggest things that we always have at the university is the graduate students come in, and during the summer, they're working in the labs with the faculty, and most of the year, actually. And just being a part of them. And then Lockheed Martin comes in, and they're not necessarily, they're partnering with it, but they're mostly supporting the effort and really trying to achieve everybody benefits from. A quantum computer is a rather amazing innovation where, at least at the very early level of experiments, you have transmission of data without any transmission. And so it's an unbelievable, right now it's just in the very infancy, but it's very exciting. And so at the community level and at the high school level, I think that there would be great partnerships, and I think there are to some extent, of trying to get people involved with internships and those types of things and get people into the business community. And then at the same time, getting the business community to help. And at least at the University of Maryland, you can't walk through the business school without some of the things are gone, but like Arthur Anderson room and, those types of things. And you have this kind of symbiotic relationship where you want to get involved with the students that are going to go into these things and really help them achieve their goals. And at the same time, you're reaching, people want to do community service. They like reaching out. We have programs with the Naval Academy now and with the community college now. And I think that, if you're looking for some real world lab experiences, there are labs out there that will do it. The county has a great incubator program where they're trying to get people up and running. And if you get people who like business, who want to get involved in entrepreneurial stuff, what a great place to have them would be in the incubator. So there are places, I think, that could definitely use more work. And you'd have to reach out to the business community and see, what can we do here? How can we make this program really great? And it may be, well, I'm next to this school and I'd be willing to do this here. And you have to reach out. It's got to be a two-way street, and with them getting something that they want out of it. So I think what I would do is I would meet with the biggest employers here in Anne Arundel County and really see what they were interested in doing and how they were interested in being a part of the education community here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Thanks again for coming and doing this tonight. I just am curious, you've researched the budget carefully, clearly. Take me through, how do you do research?
For the budget, this budget's I'm a little hamstrung with it because they're each separate, each fiscal year.
Well, not just budget, I mean broadly speaking.
Broadly speaking.
How do you go about researching issues?
Researching, especially these particular types of issues, the main thing is I like to look at how things were spent previously. And over time, you get different people who have different priorities, so you'll see the priorities change, and you'll see the funding change in an organization. So you look to see, sometimes I think the chief of staff was absorbed and it was changed, so you have to make sure you're comparing apples to apples when you're doing the fiscal thing. But the main thing is you look at what was spent before, you look to see if there are any new federal mandates, any type of new things. the Common Core, you're going to see an uptick in the buying of the stuff for the Common Core because it's a different thing. So you have to take into account any kind of new things that you have. And then once you take that into account, you look and see what's been spent in previous years and then what's being allocated to be spent in the current year. And you compare the two, and if they compare favorably, that is, you spent X amount on this and you're going to be budgeted X amount, then I don't have the resources right now, but if I did, you kind of drill down to make sure that that's expenditure was needed. If you see something that doesn't match, you have to ask questions about it. Why did you budget something in a line item that doesn't have expenditures? Or why did you budget $67,000 in a line item you spent $995,000 in the previous year? When you see something like that, you've got to ask questions and you got to figure out why. Because it's, in one case, why are you budgeting money you haven't spent before? In the other case, why are you under budgeting to such a degree when you had these expenditures last year? To get a sense of what's going on in the school budget. And in reviewing it, it's labor intensive and it's definitely spreadsheet data intensive. But once you do it, it's really, I don't want to say it's not rocket science, but it's really about what story are the numbers telling you, what kind of organization is this, et cetera. And so that's what I like about numbers. I mean, the greatest thing when I was in business school was they would just give you this spreadsheet with all these numbers on it, and you had to figure out what was wrong or not wrong with the company. Was it profitable, not profitable, was it going under? And so it's interesting to see numbers tell a story, and with any budget, that's the story. You have to figure out what the story is, and is that the story that people think should be told?
Okay. I noticed on the application, you had a paragraph about public-private partnerships, federal government partnerships, as well as additional emphasis on and fundraising, things we've been talking about. But the last sentence of the paragraph reads, if additional taxpayer support is not forthcoming, these alternatives should be explored. And earlier you mentioned the board is a cheerleader for the school and should try to raise as much money as it can for the school. And then we've also talked, you mentioned the size of a pie.
Yeah.
And allocating money carefully within the pie, in addition to the public and private partnerships. So I guess what I wonder is, how would you prioritize finding the way to cover to fund resources, to fund things?
I think ultimately, being a school board member, I would want to make sure I was putting together a budget that I could, not that it would necessarily be my job, but that I could defend. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put a budget together that was $30 million over maintenance of effort, and I thought that the money wasn't really allocated to the best use. And then once you work with the school on that, then you're kind of the cheerleader at the county level. And the county executive, I think, makes a very interesting point, and I don't know that it's necessarily covered as well as it should be, that he's not really involved in the major drivers of the cost of the school. He just kind of gets a bill at the end. And at that point, the teachers are all excited that they're getting the raises, and the parents are all excited that that they're getting the new school and all this other stuff. And then he gets it, and he's got to just, he's got to be kind of the bad guy and say whether or not he's funding it. And I do think that there needs to be an acknowledgement that this may not be the fairest system there. And I think it's important to, as a member of the school board and as the school, kind of acknowledge that the county only has so many dollars. And when you put together a budget for them, you've got to be cognizant. Now, I understand that, at least in the press, and I understand people get misquoted, but they do work with the county executive to have a general idea of what he'll accept and things like that. And that's fine, but to me, if you know you can't reach it, then it's incumbent upon you, and we've tried it at my school, if you can't reach it with the taxpayer dollars, then let's find a way to reach it, the resources that you need. At my university, we've been level funded for years, and our costs have been going up. And so we've done these partnerships with NIST, with Lockheed Martin, When I got there, we did research of $17 million. We now do research for $34 million. All of it comes in from the federal government, and because we've hired amazing faculty, and they've just done an incredible job of getting grants and things like that. And so I think, in order to push the budget, one of the things you have to ask is, are you maximizing your grants? Are you getting the money that's out there that's available? And, are there things that are constraining you and keeping you from getting this other type of money? And just make sure all the resources are tapped and ready to go, because otherwise you're asking for money from the county and you may not, to me, you don't get a second chance to ask for that money. So ask for what you need and what you think you deserve, and then supplement, and let them know, look, we've really tried hard to get these other sources of funding. And we definitely, the maintenance of effort isn't, we need this money, it's not a joke, and we've done our best to try to get all the funding that we possibly can get, but we're at maximum capacity. We need county help to fund all of our priorities, and do the best you can do with that. But it's a difficult position. I mean, you're competing against fire and police and, public safety and roads. And the county executive has a very difficult, it's a very difficult job.
I don't have any more questions. Well, thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
So did we get all these tweets or Instagrams?
Are we viral?
Are we viral?
Oh, thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
What? What? There's new people watching. That's all right. I wonder if my husband's one of them.
Thank you very much again for being here and your patience.
Thank you.
It's hard to be last, but it was randomly selected, so it could have happened to anyone.
Save
Just-
the best for last.
That's right. Just a quick reminder, we'll do a 5-minute intro, I'll time you, and then at about 4:30, if you're still going, I'll sort of make a gesture. At 5, I'll start making noise, and then we'll go at this order and go down questions down the line.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay, my name's Claudia O'Keefe. I grew up in Arundel County my whole life. I went through the South River feeder system. My older siblings actually started at Carrie Whedon Elementary back when that was an elementary school. My dad was head of Southern District PTA when I was way too young to remember. I studied engineering at University of Maryland, College Park. When I was an undergrad, I did a summer program where we developed labs, engineering labs for middle and high school students. I was offered a teaching assistantship, so I went on to grad school and taught the lab session of an engineering class for undergrads. I've lived in the county. After I graduated college, I lived in Annapolis for 5 years, and then about 16 years ago relocated to Crownsville. I've been in Crownsville that long. I very much appreciate the amount of effort that goes into educating kids. I think I learned a lot in the school system. It certainly helped me out in college. I got my engineering degree in 3.5 years, thanks to some AP courses, and just having the background to be prepared for that. And I look at what my kids are going through. They're both in the STEM program. They both went to South Shore Elementary. I very much enjoyed that school. It was wonderful. They're both in the STEM program now at Old Mill Middle School. And my daughter goes into the STEM program next year in high school. And I think it's a fantastic program. I think one of the things I've noticed is that there's a big demand for that in our county. And I think it's something we could work on improving. I volunteer at school when I can. I work full-time, so I can't be maybe as active as some other parents can, but I worked at Destination Imagination program in elementary school. I chaperone on field trips, that sort of thing. I've got a niece just graduating at Glen Burnie High School this year, and a nephew down in the STEM program, also actually down at Central Middle School. And that's
That's pretty much my background.
All right, thanks. Mr. Burke?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Keith. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. I'm Bob Burton. I represent the business community. Thank you for stepping up and expressing a desire to want to serve on the Board of Education here in Arundel County. Just have two questions for you. One, going to your application, you list keeping students engaged in learning as an important objective you'd like to pursue. What is your sense? How do you feel about the Common Core curriculum in the Arundel County public school system? Do you support it, not support it? What are your thoughts?
I think it's hard for me to differentiate between what Common Core requirements are and what the school's doing that's sort of the school's way of applying Common Core. I think I've heard a lot of horror stories about Common Core. I'm not sure that they're all Common Core related. I think anytime you change, it's a big adjustment. But what I've heard about Common Core isn't that great. I think being a math and science sort of person, I've noticed in particular the math stuff. I know my kids come home complain it's too easy. But it seems to me that you're teaching kids about 10 different ways to do a math problem when all they really need is one. I think the higher performing kids catch on to the 10 different ways of solving a math problem. I think the lower performing kids really are probably the ones who are having trouble keeping up with that. When I was in school, maybe it wasn't the best way to do it. We did a lot of memorization of multiplication tables and things. I don't know if that really got across the concept of how you multiply numbers, but I think really when you're trying to work out, when you're young and you're trying to work out addition, multiplication, that sort of thing, you need a way to get the right answer. You don't really need to know all 10 ways, just you need to know the one that works for you. And I think my concern with Common Core is, are we making them do all 10 things and be really, really good at all those 10 things, or are we just asking to just pick up one or two concepts to move forward with so that they really understand a concept for how the math can be done? That's my take on it.
Okay. In another part of your application, you talked about life skills for students. How would you engage the business community in our public education system to bring some of those life skills into the classroom? For instance, you mentioned about, what a paycheck is and what it does. But also in other areas, the importance of understanding how to solve a math problem, or the importance of writing a paper that has good grammar, and so forth and so on, and how that would lead to the opportunity for more career choices and so forth. How would you engage the business community in assisting in that effort and bringing these life skills into the classroom?
I think we have a lot of, at least in the STEM program, there are a lot of businesses that are very eager to participate in that sort of thing, in helping out the schools. If they just are aware of how the schools need help, usually they're pretty eager to help out. I think if you give them an idea of what sort of thing you're looking for to show the students, I know some of the labs they've done at school, they needed a project for the kids to do that involved welding, so they needed someone from the business world to come in and show them how to weld and do things like that. If it were a thing where they needed a skill where they needed to know, what a professional report looks like, or how to balance finances, that sort of thing, or even a tax preparer, something like that, to see what, normal people do on a regular basis. When they're grown up, they're going to have to know how to do those things. I think a lot of businesses are very happy to help out in that sort of thing. They just need to be asked.
One final question, if I may. You're a very successful engineer, certainly, just looking at your resume and your background. You were in school probably very good at math, very good at solving problems and so forth. The question I have for you, and you talk a lot about STEM, but looking back on your education, how did the arts help you become successful in engineering?
I think arts are very important, very, very important, and not necessarily for engineering in the pure sense of applying science to things. But if you look at the great engineering works in the world, they're beautiful, they're beautiful. And that's art. And I think to be a whole, well-rounded person, you need art in your life. You need it. Because we're not automatons, we're not robots. We need something to give our lives meaning, and I think art does that. And I think kids need to be shown art, and they need the confidence to understand that they can be artistic in some way themselves, whether it's drawing or writing poetry or playing a musical instrument, singing, anything. I think it's very, very important for us to produce, people who are people, not just automatons that calculate numbers.
So you would advocate a balance then, that we don't lose sight of the arts, even though we seem to be very focused and big.
Absolutely. One of my big concerns with the STEM program actually is that my kids played instruments in elementary school, and when they entered the STEM program, there was not an opportunity for them to also play an instrument because their schedule was full. They had to take certain classes to be in the STEM program, and there wasn't time to spare to do an instrument. I would have liked them to. They did get art classes in, but that concerns me that I want them to have a full spectrum of stuff. I want them to do art. I want them to do instruments. It's something they enjoy and they're good at. And I think we need to keep that opportunity for them.
Thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, Ms. O'Keefe.
Hello.
I'm Bill Jones, I'm the representative of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. You can probably anticipate my question will be somewhat involved with teachers.
Okay.
I read your responses to critical issues. Keeping students engaged in learning, keeping pace with technology, preparing students for life. Nowhere is there a mention of recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers.
Okay.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I think it's important that we have highly qualified teachers. I think the teachers that my kids have had have been wonderful. I think we need to retain them, and I think we're facing a time in history where we've got 250,000 Americans every year turning 65. A lot of those people are going to retire pretty soon. And so we're going to be needing new teachers in the upcoming years. We're going to need to replace a lot of retiring teachers. I think it's very important. And I think this is a very nice place to live, but it's also very expensive. And that's a balance that's difficult for someone who's starting out as a teacher who doesn't make a salary that on its own would afford them the kind of housing that they would like to have in this county. So I think it's a difficult balance. I think there are budget restrictions. I think we need to be competitive with the other counties as far as what we provide for teachers. But I think we also have to take in consideration that we have a limit within our budget of what we can do.
As a board member, you will be a signatory on collective bargaining agreements, 4 of them.
Okay.
Do you believe that collective bargaining is appropriate in a public school system?
In what way do you mean?
There are people who don't think that collective bargaining is appropriate in the school system, that should run by the education policymakers, like board members, either on the local or the state level. And that collective bargaining is an unfair interference with their discretion to make policy. And matter of fact, that's a regularly disputed item, because what is bargainable under law are wages, salaries, hours, and other conditions of employment. It's not bargained under law, it's education policy. And there's a balancing test that happens regularly, trying to determine the difference between a condition of employment for a teacher, like maybe procedures for evaluation and rating, or procedures for disciplining teachers, as opposed to education policy.
It is kind of a vague thing. I don't know that I could, I mean, it is the way it is. I don't know that I can give you a better answer than that.
Okay.
Sorry.
I sat in a courtroom once, and a witness was being asked a question that the witness couldn't answer. And there was an old judge, retired, started going back to running his farm on the Eastern Shore soon after this happened, goes back a ways. And he looked down at the struggling witness, and he said, "Son, you can't know what you don't know. Stop struggling."
Okay,
So I appreciate your effort, and thank you for trying to make it.
thank you.
I don't have anything.
Good evening, I'm Pam Bukowski, representing PTA. Thank you for your willingness to serve. When you were talking about your 3 critical issues, you mentioned preparing students for life, or I assume post-graduation, as one of your issues. So do you know what our school system is currently offering to students to meet these needs?
I know what I went through, and I know what my kids have gone through up until now 8th grade. I don't know a whole lot about the high school. What they do at high school, I know what I did at high school, and I know from what I've seen about the high school so far, as far as the STEM program, where they do have job shadowing and they do have internships and that sort of thing. And I think the internships are very valuable. I think a lot of kids are getting future employment based on their internships. But as far as the actual life skills, I don't know what they're doing in high school right now to teach kids how to prepare a budget for themselves, how to balance their checkbook, that sort of thing. I don't know. I know it wasn't particularly taught when I was in school.
Okay. And then, so what is career and college readiness? And does this apply to every student walking across the stage?
Okay. Not every kid is going to go to college. Not every kid should go to college. We have vocational technical centers that teach them professions that are meant for kids who don't necessarily go off to college. A lot of people I went to school with are very successful, and they're electricians and beauticians and mechanics and that sort of thing. And that's a career. But readiness for college is you need the educational background to expand that knowledge when you go to college. But you also, I think, you need to be ready to work out a budget, figure out, how to manage money a little bit, how to make certain life decisions. And I don't know that, certainly the school system's not a substitute for parenting, but I think some basic financial information is important. But I think also, by the time they're done high school, they need to know whether they're going to college, whether they're going to pursue a trade, or whether they're going to go into the military or do something else. And I think the school could probably do a bit more to help students get to the point where they know what they're going to do when they walk across the stage.
Okay. And then slightly shift gears. So where is the parent involvement piece in your outlook, in your issues, and things that you could project were you a member of the board?
Okay. I think parent involvement is very important. I think you can't demand parent involvement from every family because, of course, it's not always available. I think a lot of our kids are very lucky to have parents at home who can help them out. Like, I have a college degree. I can help my children with any math problem they ever come home with. Not everybody's capable of that. I think it's great that we have, certainly South Shore had a very active PTA, and I think parent involvement is very important. I think expecting every family to be able to provide that level of support is maybe unrealistic. I think trying to engage parents is important. Keeping them up to date with what's going on at schools is important. if they can be involved, they should be, but not every parent can be involved, really. A lot of them work long hours, a lot of them don't have a lot of spare time to do a whole lot. But certainly they should be involved in what their kids are doing in school in some way.
Okay, thank you. And then what kind of time commitment do you anticipate you would have to make as a member of the board?
Well, I anticipate it's more than the 2 meetings a month that they advertise. Certainly tonight's an example. But, no, I've watched a couple of the board meetings, and I know that they go to a lot of school events, and they go to do a lot of things at the schools, at various schools around the county. And my previous work at the county, I worked evening meetings all the time. It got to the point where it was as much as 2 meetings a week, and I don't expect it would be that intense at the board, but I'm certainly capable of that sort of involvement.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Cam Gast. I represent District 21. And I wanted to ask you to elaborate about one of the points here you have about students not being able to learn if they're asleep and to work toward healthier school hours for the high school students. What does that look like to you?
Okay. Well, right now, in the Old Mill cluster, we have school buses that pick up high school students at 6 in the morning, which means they're getting up probably between 5 and 5:30. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ludicrous. When I was in school, my brothers started at 7:45, and by the time I went to high school, they'd moved it back to 6:30, 6:25, and then they moved it back to 7:25, back to 7:17. So there was never any consideration of what was best for our kids. And it's really not good for our kids to be up at 5 in the morning. It's not healthy at all. I think as a first step, from being involved in some of the start school later stuff and going to the meetings and things and the superintendent's meetings, I think one of the big concerns is a lot of high school students do a lot of things after school, and some of them take care of younger siblings and that sort of thing. I think we can push all the school start times a bit later. I know there's concern about elementary school kids getting out too late, but I've already done for the school board a sample schedule where they could arrange all the buses so that all the schools start between 7:50 and, 7:50 to 9:30. So it can be done at no additional cost or very little additional cost. So I think the first step is to move the start times at least a half hour later for high school students. Arrange the schedule so that the elementary school kids aren't getting out after 4 o'clock, because that gets pretty late in the day. But it can be done. And I think it needs to be done, because 5 in the morning is just ridiculous. I don't get up at 5 in the morning, and I'm an adult, and these are 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. And I think it's unreasonable to expect that they're awake and alert at 5, 6, 7 in the morning. And that's my take on it. But I think as a start, you push it 7:45, 7:50 in the morning, and then you see how big of an improvement you make by that extra half hour. And once you've seen that big improvement, then you can start thinking about getting closer to what the CDC recommends, which is 8:30, I believe, for high school students. But I think the first step is to get to that 7:45, 7:50, at least take a step in the right direction. And once you're there, you'll see that it makes a big difference. And I think that's important for the school system to see. I think it's important for a lot of parents to see that it really does help your kids in so many ways to let them get that extra half hour sleep.
Okay. My other question, one of your most critical issues was preparing students for life after school. And within the county, there's a policy about retaking tests, being able to really retake a test multiple times. Do you agree with that? Do you think that prepares them for life after school?
I would question why why they're doing it. I mean, if they're giving the student a chance to study before they retake the test, or I think it would be a case-by-case basis kind of thing. I mean, on the steps leading up to taking the test, they're supposed to learn everything they need to know. Is it the whole class taking the test, or just?
It's individual students.
I would have to have more details about it, I think, because if it's regularly, you're allowing a couple of students to retake every test they take over and over and over again, I don't know what they're learning from that. I'd be concerned that whether or not they're learning the right thing. I believe there are students who just are lousy at taking tests, and I think that's a particular challenge. I think there are kids that are smart kids and they know their stuff. They just sit in front of a piece of paper at an exam day and just don't make it work somehow. And I think that's a concern, but I think letting them retake the same test over and over and over again isn't the right solution.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kakia, represent District 31. I'm interested particularly in charter schools and the success that they've had in closing the achievement gap and other things. But in our county particularly, they've had some trouble getting schools started. There's always a little bit of pushback, so I'm interested to know whether you would be open to allowing more charter schools to open in the county if there were an effort to do that.
I think if their performance is good, there's certainly demand for charter schools. I think they've all done pretty well. It's voluntary enrollment, so I think it's a viable option. I'm not opposed to having more of them.
Thank you.
There's considerable concern. My name is Joanne Maynard, and I've been in education for a while, or was in my professional life. I've seen it from several sides. Anyway, there's considerable concern, I think, that our graduate programs in college are not being, our American students are not going into the graduate programs, that there are more maybe students from foreign countries coming and otherwise, and that, which brings me to the question of what's your feeling about gifted and talented programs? Do you feel that there is a special need for them in the schools, or do you feel that this would enhance the opportunities of those students who do have special talents and gifts?
I'm a G&T kid. That's a gifted and talented in school. I think it's very important. I think it's very important when you recognize a kid who's just cruising through, easy as pie, going through class, get straight A's. You have to challenge them, because if you don't, they get bored. And if they get bored, their grades are going to drop just like if they didn't know the material. And it's, in a way, it's worse that you have a smart kid there who's wasting away and you're not taking advantage of that knowledge. You know that they're brilliant, and you know they're brilliant. You really have to push them and challenge them. And I think the gifted and talented program is a good way to do that.
Thank you. My second question would be, businesses, people are saying that oftentimes that the products of our schools come to work and they do not have adequate oral and written language skills. And I think that we see all this texting going on and so forth, and I don't think that's doing anything to help in that area. And how do you feel about that? And what do you think, maybe? It's kind of they're important skills.
Yes.
And they're not being addressed sufficiently, I don't believe. What is your thought on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think that I think I kind of caught on to grammar in college more than in high school, but not that it wasn't taught in school. When I was in grade school, it was. But I don't know, I think I got a lot from home about using proper grammar. I think when people speak to other people, it's common to sort of use bad grammar. And I was never allowed to do that. But yeah, I think when students write, they should be marked on their grammar as well as on the content of what they're writing. And I don't know that they are or aren't right now, but it should be part of what's looked at in school. And they should be able to know subject, verb, object, and how to string together words into a proper sentence. Absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Hi.
Hi.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you. It's good to see you too.
I'm representing the Association of of Educational Leaders. That is, I'm representing the administrators, the principals, the assistant principals. And I need the commission to know that Mrs. O'Keefe was one of my parents at South Shore Elementary. And she has 2 wonderful children. And I know you're going to say hello to them from me. So, how do you build consensus? And give an example how you were able to do this.
Well, I would seek common ground. I think if you ask everyone their point of view, why they feel the way they feel about something, and then supposing that after they give their point of view, you still feel you're right, you should be able to point out to them why you're right. And I think, one example of how I did this, I think it's an engineering example. I think, I don't want to get too specific, I guess, but you explain why something is better, why it's better than, they propose something different. You explain why what you're doing is a good solution. And they might think theirs is a good solution. If you have a reason why yours is better, you explain why yours is better. And maybe there's something they misunderstand, or maybe they understand it, but they just don't see why it's a better option. If you can explain it to them so that they understand, then they agree with you. I mean, that's...
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board, and how would you set to solve it?
One of the most... I think keeping kids interested in school. I think keeping kids interested and engaged is really the most important thing, because I see kids walk into some of the schools and they seem like they just don't care, and that shouldn't be. And I think kids who aren't being challenged need to be challenged. I think kids who are maybe overwhelmed a bit need to be helped. And it's got a lot to do, I think it's got a lot to do with individual teachers and individual kids. But I think as far as the school board goes, there are a lot of things that we could do to make school more interesting for kids. I mentioned the book list. These kids are having to read books that I hated when I was in school. Why are we still torturing them like this? If you want kids to read, you give them books that they enjoy. You don't make them read about some fictional character from the 1930s that nobody likes. I think that, we can make school interesting, engaging, better, more appropriate for the kids that are growing up in the computer age. These kids have never been unplugged. All day, every day, they have electronics on all the time. And I think that needs to be a part of the learning environment. And I think that's something that the school board can help out on.
Okay. My last question. As a school board member, parents will present you with concerns about the child's school, about their teacher, the principal, curriculum, etc. What is the process of your response for dealing with this?
I think if they're, a lot of it, I would think, has to do with the superintendent because he's in charge of day-to-day running his school. I think, if they're complaining about a specific teacher, a specific principal, it would be something that goes to the superintendent to discuss with him. If it has to do with curriculum and that sort of thing, I guess it depends on what the specific issue is. If it's a school board issue that you discuss with the other school board members, you would say, we'll discuss this at the board and we'll get back to you, that sort of thing. If it's something that goes to the superintendent, you would, let them know what process you're following and get back to them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I've got cleanup, so.
Hi, I'm Emily Brandenburg, and I am the county executive appointment to the School Board Nominating Commission. I'm actually also a former Board of Education member of District 33. One of the questions that I always like to ask, and I think is so important, is the role of a board member and the role of the superintendent, and then the relationship between the two. And I was hoping just for your thoughts, and maybe you can expound on that a little, please.
I think the superintendent really is entrusted with a lot of important stuff, running the school system day-to-day, running of things. I think the school board as a whole needs to provide him policies on what our priorities are, what we think is the most important things that he needs to address. And he needs to be responsive to that. But I think as a single member, you're part of a board. You don't approach the superintendent separately. If you do something, you approach him as a board, and the board makes a resolution and directs him in a certain direction.
Thank you.
That's it?
Question, yeah?
Good evening, I'm Kemp Hammond, the representative for District 30. I'm not sure to what extent you've been able to look at the board's budget, but are there any areas in the school board's budget that you'd be interested in or think should be reprioritized or reallocated in any way?
I haven't had a detailed look at the budget. I haven't. I know that it's always a tight budget. I know that this year they're asking for more. I know that the county projection is that they'll have maybe an extra 40 million countywide, and I know the school's budget request is about 50 million over. So I know this happens pretty much every year. But I haven't seen the budget in enough detail to know what specific programs, what sort of things to look at. I mean, that might need to be addressed.
Okay. And somebody already asked my other question, so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for sticking out for the longest
Yeah.
out of anybody else.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your patience. This is a long evening. Just curious, if you were appointed to the Board of Education, how would you know if you were doing well in it?
How would I know if I was doing well? I would want to have some measurable result of a difference between when I started and when I left. It's not going to be an instant, a year later and know what's happened, but I think after a couple of years on the board, if I can look back at my goals and say I've done them, or done, at least made some progress, and if I saw measurable improvement in the kids, I think to me, that would be a success.
How might you measure?
That's a good question. I think one of the things that, certainly when I was in school, it was test scores, and I really don't think that's an adequate measure of a student to judge them by a number. I think it's tough to determine, how well educated a child is. I think you're always going to have kids that do well on tests and kids who don't do well on tests. So I know that most of the measures the school system uses, we look at grades, which are based largely on tests. We look at standardized tests, which are tests They look at graduation rates, which are based largely on your grades and your test results. So that's a good question. How do you measure how well you've done with the kids? I think by how they do when they leave, maybe is a better way to look at it.
Okay. And how do you do research on things?
Any specific kind of research?
Well, an issue comes up, parent calls.
I would look at any history of the board, any history of the school system. I would look outside the school system, how other people have dealt with it. I'd check with other school systems, I'd check the internet, just any source of information I could get. And if it's a parent coming to me, I'd maybe talk to other parents and see what their take is on it, talk to the teachers and see what their point of view is. I think a lot of times when one person comes up with an issue, you see their side of it. And they have maybe one way of explaining it that doesn't tell the whole story, so you really need a lot of perspectives.
That's all I have. Well, thank you very much again for being here tonight, doing this.
Thank you. All right, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public. Can we grind through? Press on through? Public testimony. None?
Mrs. Leahy is going to give testimony. And we don't have Mr. Snyder.
Were all the candidates aware that this would be the final night for testimony if they wanted to bring people forward from their community?
Yes, I specifically had emailed the candidates and on that note, told them it didn't matter when they went, they could have people whenever the people were available. Okay, seeing none, that closes public testimony. The next item on the agenda are the nominations for the district. So what I'll do is I'll read each as a question, and we'll do a roll call vote as we did it before.
I have a question. First of all, this is really, this has been all along a really important decision. Why are we voting at 10:30 at night? Why are we, making a decision that's going to, and I felt this way all along, why are we having people testify after 10? Because they are not being able to put themselves in their best light. If any of us have been working today, I can't imagine that your thought processes are at their height right now. And I don't understand why we would be making, again, this decision at this time of the night. Why, we're not going on to a third evening to do it when we're fresher. And when we have, an opportunity, it seemed that there wasn't going to be any opportunity to talk about it, and maybe that's not part of how you were going to do it anyway. But I just think that making a decision at 10:30 is not in the best interest.
We would have had to have scheduled a third meeting some time ago. Is that what you mean? Why haven't we scheduled another meeting?
Yes.
We would have had to have scheduled that now at least a minimum of 10 days ago to have done another meeting. So I think we would have had to have known that then. I agree, I'm tired too. But we have had, the application deadline was the 11th, so we've had 2.5 weeks to review the applications and this time to see each of the candidates. So we've had a lot of information going into now this decision time.
Well, it's just, again, anybody can look great on paper. But it's, we do the interview part because that's going to give us that other piece of information. And I don't know, I just, I guess it's a moot point now because what's done is done. But again, just now trying to process, because the information that came forward tonight is information, we asked because it wasn't included. it wasn't anything they had been able to expand. And so, I mean, again, that's information that I, for one, would find it helpful to have a little bit of time to process over.
Well, the way we'll do each one will be, is there a motion, a second, and then discussion, so we can discuss each candidate as any other question.
Well, then my second point is, are we going to close that?
Are we going to close
Have
that?
a closed meeting for that part of it?
That is not
Or
my
go to
intention.
public? Well, again, according to the Maryland Open Meetings Act, when we potentially may be discussing personnel or individual characteristics of a person, that would put us into a closed session or an executive session.
Well, it's a reason that we can have a closed session. There's nothing that requires anybody to have a closed session to do what we're doing. The chair's thought on the subject is that if you had a personnel matter, or any commissioner had a personnel matter that was sensitive, and I think if I remember correctly, that is something to do with the person's privacy or something, personnel matters to do with privacy, that the motion would be made to go to closed session for that particular reason. My opposition is to going to closed session on a routine basis, as was done in the past, for 4 hours, with, actually, the stated reason wasn't personnel matters. It was to meet with counsel. So this is what this chair is trying to get away from. Commissioner Burton.
I'd like to sort of have a discussion on this, and I strongly support moving into an executive session. I think for many different reasons, which I've cited before, and which the commission is seated now agreed with when we went into executive session last time. But I'd like to move that we go into executive session for discussion of candidates.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Now, we've put the horse a little ahead of the cart. Is there discussion?
Yeah, well, that's so that we're doing this properly. All of us have had the opportunity to ask questions of the various candidates. All of us have had the opportunity to have or form different perspectives of these candidates. And in executive sessions in the past that I've participated in, it was very helpful to be able to have a candidate discussion among the commissioners as to their perspectives that they received from not only listening to the responses of the questions that they asked, but the responses that came from questions that were asked by fellow commissioners, and be able to evaluate the candidates after we collectively have been able to discuss the strengths and the weaknesses of the candidates that we're going to be considering. I found that very beneficial as a commissioner, to be able to hear the other perspectives, rather than sitting in isolation myself and making the decision one way or the other on a given candidate, but to listen to exactly what the other commissioners saw and what they felt and what their thoughts were, which could very well give me a more informed opinion by which I could cast a vote. So that's where I found the executive session very helpful. I also found it helpful to the extent that there could be a candid discussion among the commissioners rather than being in public session and potentially cause embarrassment for the candidates themselves when we're discussing their strengths and weaknesses. Coming out of that executive session when we did it before, I think the executive session only lasted, about 30 minutes, or 40 minutes at most. And so I find it very valuable to have an executive session for the reasons that I've stated. Thank you.
Commissioner
I don't want to
Jones.
repeat everything Commissioner Burton said, but in my own personal view, I think it's only fair to the candidates. Candidates come out here and bare their soul to answer any question asked of them. And everybody on this commission has their own personal opinions, their own prejudices, I don't use that word in that way, and their own maps of the world. And there have been discussions in these deliberations that got into individual characteristics of individual candidates. And I think the other benefit not yet mentioned these executive sessions is we don't subject the candidate who's here well-intentioned and voluntarily to potential embarrassment, depending on what comments or opinions might be aired about them. You could go into executive session and find out if we just do one vote run through and already have everything we need, we come out of the executive session and have the same vote, and then that's fine. But that might also not happen.
Is there any other discussion? I have a question then. What about the issue with the perception of the lack of transparency of this commission when we go into executive session? We can do those things, and we may know we're doing those things, but it doesn't appear that way. Is that not an issue?
We're not going to please everybody. I would rather err on the side of not embarrassing candidates. I'd rather err on the side of being able to have a candid discussion about the candidates' qualities and characteristics.
And the candid discussion, there's nothing that we could say, there's no word craftsmanship we could do that would protect the individual that we could do in an open session. And furthermore, are you thinking of instances where the individual's characteristics would have affected the outcome of a vote?
I would expect that that's what we would be deliberating on.
Well, it goes to the 2/3 versus simple majority vote. A simple majority isn't that high of a threshold to attain, and particularly when our mandate is to send multiple names to the governor. To me, I think they're linked together. The 2/3 vote and the executive session issue, I think, are very linked together. When we go into executive session, or let me rephrase that, with the 2/3 requirement, I think the demand for executive session or closed session is greater for the purpose of achieving this more difficult threshold. Without that, each commissioner can vote his or her conscience publicly, and unless there is something about a particular candidate that a commissioner might feel this is going to be embarrassing for this person or cause this person some difficulty, unnecessary difficulty later, then my hope would, of course, be the commissioner would make that motion. But in most cases, isn't it the case that the things we're talking about are things that could be done in public, and with a threshold of a simple majority, we would achieve the same outcome in the end anyway?
There's no question the simple majority would make comments of the type we're worried about less likely because it's easier to get 6 votes than get 8. We're just trying to be cautious.
Mr. Chairman, is there anything preventing us from going into executive session in the middle of our discussion if it becomes apparent that it would be embarrassing to continue in public?
No.
Discussion?
A person just makes a motion for executive session, second, we vote on it, and it's up or down like anything else.
So,
Actually, I would question that, because if we do it that way, then we're going into executive session because we happen to be discussing one particular candidate.
It would require careful discretion, word craftsmanship.
Which would isolate that candidate.
Right, correct.
I don't see any problem with the transparency issue, quite frankly, Mr. Chairman. I think that there are bodies that are publicly constituted that do use executive sessions to be able to discuss matters of which we are going to be discussing. I do think that there is the possibility, whether it's a simple majority vote or a supermajority vote, that candor, particularly among the commissioners, to be able to discuss their thoughts and their opinions and their positions on each of the candidates that we've interviewed, and being able to share that with their fellow commissioners. The executive session affords that candor to be able to discuss the individual characters and all aspects which we may not feel comfortable with discussing in an open session like this for fear of embarrassing a particular candidate or more than one candidate. Furthermore, I think that, at least in the 2 years that I've sat in this seat for my organization, after my education chair departed, we had a situation where we had the candidates give testimony and answer our questions on 1 or 2 nights. Then there was a 3rd night for public testimony, which gave us the opportunity to digest the Q&A that we heard from the individual candidates And we don't have that opportunity now, so I would even think an executive session is more important for us to be able to discuss the candidates among ourselves. Not only that, the ones that were interviewed a week or two ago, we've had time to consider those and receive feedback. These candidates have spent time with us tonight. We have not had that time to individually sit down and contemplate what we heard, to review our notes, and to make our decision and come back and make our decision with a fresh mind. So my encouragement would be to be permitted to go into executive session so that we can at least afford ourselves some opportunity to make the quality decisions that this commission has been known to make in the past, to send up to the governor.
You mentioned you're not concerned with transparency, but weren't you concerned with...
For the reason of going into executive session, I don't think transparency is a valid concern, given what we might very well discuss in executive session.
So you say that the benefits outweigh the cost, but you were concerned with transparency over not being live televised, but being in the community. But you think that the perception of the lack of transparency would be less by going to closed session?
We've never had a problem with that before, Mr. Chairman, that I've been aware of.
We had
going
a-
into executive session.
I'm sorry, we had a person who testified at the last meeting with significant concerns.
One person.
One
One
per-
person.
I think...
So is that one person going to, cause this commission?
Your comment was we had never had a problem before, and I'm simply saying we absolutely had somebody come down here and suggest that there was significant issue and concern with the long closed sessions from previous commissions.
Was that the individual that gave testimony at the previous meeting?
No. Oh, yes, at the
That's-
previous
that's
meeting
actually
here, yes.
two
And if I recall
individuals.
correctly, that was the individual that was quoted in the press as saying that he had no problem with us going into
It was a woman.
executive
It was a
session,
woman.
providing that we came
It was a
out.
It was,
female.
you're talking about two different people.
It was a
Yes.
There are
woman
two
and she
people who
did-
have brought
she
it
did
up.
That's why I
objection.
asked if it was the same one that gave
No, that was
testimony. You said it was.
But she gave testimony during our last meeting here on the 14th, and she said she had significant concern about the long closed sessions and the lack of transparency from the previous commission.
She didn't specifically say.
Commissioner
I would
Pekowski.
call a question.
Oh, is there, well, see, we're having constructive discussion. Is there any, Commissioner Hammond?
Well, I was just going to ask, the last time we did this at the January 7th meeting, there was a qualification of 10 minutes. Is that included in your motion or not? That's not a part of it.
I mean, I wouldn't object putting qualification on it in terms of time. I've had no problem with it before. I would think that 15 minutes would probably be more appropriate rather than 10. But I have no problem with putting qualification on it in terms of time, as long as it's a reasonable amount of time that gives the opportunity to do the discussion we need to do.
Okay, to be specific about, is there any further discussion?
Well, did he want to make a friendly amendment to that or not?
I've just given the opportunity to one of you folks that either made the motion or that was the second, but
Let me,
that's fine.
then I'll try to put the question carefully then. The motion is to go into a closed session for, Commissioner Hammond, it was your suggestion, you want to stipulate a time?
15 minutes.
For 15 minutes. And to be specific with the Open Meetings Act, is our reason, quote, to protect the privacy or reputation of individuals concerning a matter not related to public business? Is that either the motion or second? Is that our reason? Because in the past, in the prior commission, if you watch the videos, it was done for the purpose of meeting counsel, which I don't think we're doing. We're discussing it all. However, I think it sounds like this is what we're talking about. Is this what we're talking about for the Open Meeting Act? We have to have a reason of a list of 10 reasons here. Is that, I mean,
So that we have.
I could read them all, but in the interest of time, I'm reading the one I think we're talking about.
Discussion of individual characteristics of a person.
Well, it could be, the first is to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction. I don't think that applies. We don't have jurisdiction over the candidates, I think. The second, though, although, semicolon, any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. That's number one. Number two is to protect the privacy or reputation of individuals concerning a matter not related to public business. Is that what the motion to go into closed session is for?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer your question. I don't have that document in front of me. Maybe excerpts.
Here.
We have a document
I have.
that Commissioner Bukowski filled out listing a couple of reasons
It should.
why meetings might be closed.
It should match. This is a form that's to be filled out at the time a meeting is closed. And I believe this list should match that. That, what sounds like she has the sort of master document and this is the form.
Can I get a document?
Yeah. I was wrong about the number. It continued on the next page. There are 14 reasons. We're going with number 2. Okay, so I'm just going to make parentheses for number 2 to protect the privacy or reputation of individuals concerning a matter, sorry. Okay, so the question is, the motion is to go into closed session for 15 minutes for number 2 under this Section 3-305B of the Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy or reputation of individuals concerning a matter not related to public business. Okay. Commissioner Brandenburg.
No.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burton.
Yes.
Dix Proctor is not here. Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
No.
Commissioner Hammond.
No.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke.
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
And the motion fails. It's 5-4.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that this body recess until the week of April 11th so that we can give proper consideration to the candidates that we interviewed today, as we have given that same consideration to the rest of the committees here.
Move to April 11th.
To the week of April 11th, which would give us sufficient time to put out the proper public notice for when and where we'll be. And it will also provide an adequate time equal to the time which the candidates we interviewed almost 2 weeks ago had, so that we can give due consideration and make our votes accordingly to the candidates that will be interviewed tonight.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion?
Isn't this something that we should have talked about before tonight? I mean, here we are about to vote, and all of a sudden it's an issue?
Well, certainly 6 commissioners have already made up their mind, without, and they feel, I mean, there's nothing we can do if there's 6 votes and 6 commissioners have already made up their mind.
Oh, I'm not talking about that.
They wanna vote.
I'm talking about just even bringing it up right now. I mean, if we were going to do that, it might even have, been something we all agreed on, but to be bringing it up now.
Well, do you not think that it's inappropriate that we have given several candidates the opportunity to have interviewed with us almost 2 weeks ago, and we've been able to consider their testimony over that 2-week period of time, and their letters of recommendation and so forth. And yet, we have interviewed, 4 candidates tonight, and we have not given them the same courtesy of considering their testimony and the questions and how they responded to our questions over the same period of time we gave those candidates 2 weeks ago. I'm just trying to be equal and fair, with all the candidates that we've sat down and here. And if we're not going to have executive session, if we're not going to be able to share among ourselves our different perspectives and perceptions, then I think we owe it to ourselves, particularly with the candidates tonight, that we give ourselves the opportunity, as was pointed out earlier, to be given due consideration, to their testimony, and take the time, to evaluate it ourselves and come back in a fresher state of mind and make informed votes.
What consideration, further consideration would we give them beyond, we've looked into their backgrounds over the past 17 days of all the candidates, read their applications of all the candidates, researched them up and down. What would the additional consideration? I thought you didn't see the video of the last hearing, not distinguishing the lady who testified from Jim Snyder. So what further consideration would we give them with another 2 weeks?
With their testimony that they gave, we did not have that on the record. We had their applications, we had their files, but we did not have their testimony, nor did we have their responses to our questions. We're being asked to make a decision on these 4 candidates today after hearing their testimony this evening, whereas the previous candidates who were interviewed, we've had time to consider that.
And you're considering the fact that they are randomly selected in their order, so it could have been each person had the chance of being in the same.
Regardless of whether they're randomly selected or not. I guess my question is, why would you not deny those commissioners that would want to have the opportunity to consider the testimony tonight over the same period of time that we had time to consider the testimony of those that were interviewed 2 weeks ago?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Kippy.
I'm curious, we all knew what the schedule was, and I knew that we were voting tonight. I think we all knew that we were voting tonight. Why are you concerned now rather than when the schedule was set? And you could, as Cam said, you could have brought it up, and Commissioner Gast, you could have brought it up and we could have all discussed a third meeting at that time.
Frankly, I anticipated we would have an executive session. I didn't realize that there was going to be a move afoot until recently that we were not going to have executive session for discussion. And to have the opportunity to be able to discuss among ourselves the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate. So if we're going to deny ourselves executive session, then I ask for the courtesy of the recess.
Commissioner Burden, the executive session, closed session again, is a function of the perception of the lack of transparency of this commission, which you put in the capital that you were concerned with transparency yourself. But now you want to change the date of our vote because we're not going into executive session?
I think that you're really putting up an argument here that is questionable concerning the issue of transparency. Mr. Chairman, this commission has transparency. We do have the right under the special meetings, under the Open Meetings Act, to go into executive session. We cited a reason why we wanted to go into executive session. There was a vote taken not to do it, but I don't think that has any bearing on the issue of transparency or non-transparency if we're able to identify an issue as for the reason to go into executive session, and we did honor that reason when we went into executive session. So I don't think the issue of transparency is the argument, Mr. Chairman, for whatever reason you choose to want to make it an argument in this particular instance.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion to move to the week of April 11th? Should we consider a specific date? It's your motion, Commissioner Burden. Would you like to consider a specific date?
Specific days.
It just seems that if we pass the motion, we want to be certain we can commit to a date if the motion carries, it seems to the chairman, anyway.
Oh, you don't? I do. I just can't do that Thursday.
Okay.
It's a Monday.
The date, particular date's a Monday.
Yes, 11th.
Yeah, the
Wednesday is Thomas Jefferson's birthday.
Well,
No, we can't do it.
I mean, we'll be celebrating, so maybe.
I'm having a party.
Okay, is there any opposition if we were to choose a date to going with Thomas Jefferson's birthday, Wednesday the 13th?
I'm unavailable.
Unavailable, okay.
Oh, wait a minute, this is wrong.
There's something.
Okay.
I can do it that Monday.
Can we go with Monday the 11th? Okay.
That is, I don't know if it matters, but it's sine die, the last day of legislative session. Probably doesn't matter to any of us.
Well, this will give people something to do with the legislation done. They can come watch us,
Move
if it carries.
Monday the 11th, is that what you're?
That's what we'll make the motion to move the vote to Monday, the 11th. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Brandenburg,
No.
Commissioner Bukowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Byrd,
Yes.
Commissioner Ferrara,
Yes.
Commissioner Gast,
No.
Commissioner Hammond,
No.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke,
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
Okay, the motion has failed. Okay. All right. Then, is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Allison Picard to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
I move.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. You have those? Okay, discussion. Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Byrd.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
And the motion carries. The SBNC will nominate Allison Picard to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate William Frome to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Did you catch whose
That
voice
was
that was?
moved by Commissioner Kipke and seconded by Commissioner Gast.
Okay. Discussion. Okay. Commissioner Brandenburg,
No.
Commissioner Bukowski,
No.
Commissioner Byrd,
No.
Commissioner Ferrara,
No.
Commissioner Gast,
No.
Commissioner Hammond,
No.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke,
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
The motion has failed. Okay. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Jill Whitley to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Brandenburg,
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski,
No.
Commissioner Burden, Commissioner Ferrara,
No.
Commissioner Gast,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond,
No.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke,
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
No.
Okay, the motion has failed. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Carrie Petts to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
Say who?
Carrie Petts.
So moved.
Bukowski, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Okay. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burden.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrar.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
The motion carries. The SBNC will nominate Carrie Petts to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Caught up? Okay. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Diana Peckham to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
So moved.
I second.
Did you pick one?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Commissioner Maynard.
Discussion. Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
No.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burden.
No.
Commissioner Ferrara.
No.
Commissioner Gast.
No.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke.
No.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
The motion has failed.
Failed.
It failed.
Mr. Chairman, what was the count for that one?
It was 5 noes.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Eric Grannon to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
So moved.
Okay. And then is there a second?
Second.
All right. Got him?
Well, I had Commissioner Jones, the motion, of Bukowski's the second, because they tied.
Okay.
Deal with that, if that's all right.
Is there discussion? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burden.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
And the motion carries. The SBNC will nominate Eric Grannon to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Mariko Bennett to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
I so move.
I think she got you. Is there a second?
Second.
Excuse me. Discussion? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
No.
Commissioner Burden.
No.
Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
No.
Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
The motion carries. The SBNC will nominate Mariko Bennett to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Is there a motion for the SBNC to nominate Dawn Myers to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education?
So moved.
Is there a second? I think that was Cam.
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion. Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burden.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. The SBNC will nominate Dawn Myers to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Okay, next question. The SBNC nominates Claudia O'Keefe Claudia O'Keefe to represent District 33 on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Is there a motion to do this? Is there a motion to nominate Claudia O'Keefe to represent District 33?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear the names.
Oh, Kippy.
Okay.
Kipke.
All right, thank you, Laura. It's getting late.
Yes. Discussion. Okay. Commissioner Brandenburg.
No.
Commissioner Bukowski.
No.
Commissioner Burden. Commissioner Ferrara.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
No.
Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
Okay, the motion has failed. Wait, is that it?
If I,
That's it.
That's it?
if I
That's
may-
it?
That's it.
If I may, just to summarize this, I had 8 in the affirmative for Allison Picard, 1 for William Frome, 3 for Joe Wheatley, 9 for Carrie Fetz, 4 for Diana Peckham, 9 for Eric Grannon, 5 for Mariko Bennett, 8 for Don Myers, and 4 for Claudia O'Keefe.
You got a little ahead of me, but from what I could see, that's what I had
Okay.
on my notes.
Okay, so you're going to announce the candidates that will be.
The question is, will we be announcing the candidates? So the plan is to put together the letter tonight or tomorrow and send the letter. So yes, as soon as possible.
How many are there that we're sending for?
That's a good way to look at it as well. So
And give the names.
yes, we had Picard, Pets, Grannon, Bennett, and Myers. So that adds up to, I'm getting five forwards by this reckoning here.
You want to name them?
Sure, it was, now they're not in the same order anymore, but
No.
we said Myers, Bennett, Grannon, Pets, and Picard. Is there any new business? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? Is there any opposition to adjourning?
We skipped the administration.
Oh, my goodness, sorry,
Sorry.
sorry.
As much as I would love.
Administration, sorry, that's, under administration, the chairman had brought the idea before the commission, I think over the last 2 meetings, of updating the bylaws to include things that were in the code but not in the bylaws. So I am asking for bylaws votes because we did, the 10-day requirement in the chair's mind is fulfilled with having stated this at the last hearing. So one would be to include in the bylaws the language from the code that says that it's, maybe I could just summarize it by saying it's section 5, section 5, 1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Just a question. Were those sent to us?
They're the code that's available online in the
Okay.
Maryland Code. They're 2 items that are in the code that never made it into the bylaws, and they've been things that would have been clarifying for people had they been in the bylaws.
Okay.
This one specifically, it reads, it shall submit to the governor a list of nominees that contains at least 2 names for each vacancy. Or if there are fewer than 2 applicants for a vacancy, the number of names that is equal to the number of applicants for the vacancy. That appears to the chairman to have been in the code but never made it into the bylaws.
Okay.
And then the other, just while I have it, is 1 I guess subsection 3 is the definition of this point. It reads, "The commission shall hold at least 2 public hearings on the selection of nominees before recommending to the governor nominees for an appointment to the county board," which we know drew some attention, but it was in the code but not the bylaws. So is there a motion to update the bylaws with, let's start with that one, the codes apostrophe S, 1 subsection 3, which I have here, so I won't take the time to copy it down, and I'll read it again. "The commission shall hold at least 2 public hearings on the selection of nominees before recommending to the governor nominees for appointment to the county board." Is there a motion to update the bylaws with that?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. At the risk of not obtaining unanimous consent, well, it is a bylaws change, so I'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Brandenburg?
Is there a discussion first?
Oh, sorry, discussion.
We're still talking about provisions that are already in the code, right?
They're in the code, but they're not in our bylaws. So
Are all of these changes you're going to propose items that are in the code but not in the bylaws?
there are 2 items, yes. I've read them both. It's, that one is the two public hearings, and then the other is
To the governor.
to the number of applicants, if there are fewer than 2 applicants, that part, at least 2 names for each vacancy, and if there are fewer than 2.
My own opinion is that it is unnecessary and frivolous to pluck provisions out of the code and put them in the bylaws. I'll be voting against both.
Okay. Then we'll do a roll call vote. If there's no further discussion.
Just one additional point of information. Under Article 2 of the bylaws, last sentence of the first paragraph incorporates the code.
Captures everything in the code, correct.
So
It does. The code was always binding. However, it's not in the bylaws, and as we know, there was a lot of attention drawn to the number of hearings and to a lesser extent to the number of nominees sent forward to the governor. So it just seems to the chairman that having these in the bylaws and hopefully updating the bylaws to what other amendments have been made to it that aren't listed there, would be a step forward for the commission so that people can go to one document and see how the commission is run. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Brandenburg.
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Burden.
yes.
Commissioner Farrar.
Yes.
Commissioner Gast.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
No?
Okay. Commissioner Kipke.
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
Okay, that's 8, so the motion carries. And then the other is 5, to update the bylaws. Reflect the code. And I am summarizing the full legal jargon of the code, but it's 5, sections 1 and 2. And it starts with, beginning January 1st, 2008, for each nomination to the county board, the commission shall submit to the governor a list of nominees that contains, point 1 is at least 2 names for each vacancy, and then point 2 is if there are fewer than 2 applicants for a vacancy, the number of names is equal to the number of applicants for the vacancy. Is there a motion to update the bylaws to include this part of the code?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I think that was Cam. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Brandenburg,
Yes.
Commissioner Bukowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Burden,
Yes.
Commissioner Ferrara,
Yes.
Commissioner Gast,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammond,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
No.
Commissioner Kipke,
Yes.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Is there any other administrative business?
Yes? like to move that we go back to the supermajority requirement as things on to the governor.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Well, actually,
I thought we voted on that.
We had, that's probably part of the discussion, I think. But now we can have discussion. Do you want to bring that point, Commissioner Maynard? Just restate what you said.
I said I thought that we had voted on that already, haven't we?
Well, actually, it was voted on the 28th.
We what?
It was voted on, and we had to, when we distributed the documentation, I can walk the commission through it. That's why I really don't know, even though the motion's in order or not, after we take a look at what the process was and the procedures.
While the papers are coming, is there any other discussion with the given information that we have that people would like to bring out? Just in the interest of time.
Start walking the commission through.
Okay.
You know, what had taken place. Back during 2008, particularly during this period of time, and there'll be 3 specific minutes that I'll be addressing of the commission back then as to the work that they did and the intent of the work that they did. The minutes of February 20th, 2008, the minutes of May 5th, 2008, and the minutes of May 12th, 2008. And if you will refer back to that time, up to and including the evening of the 20th of February 2008, there was discussion and voting that took place to establish the bylaws of the commission. The minutes of 2008 reflect that the bylaws were adopted by the commission. And the bylaws that were adopted at that time in your attachment are shown that they're signed by the chairman effective February 20th, 2008.
Where is this, this page?
It's right here,
This
the
page.
bylaws that were
The bylaws.
adopted are right there. It's signed by the commission.
Okay, and are these the bylaws that we all have in our possession that we were given early?
These are the bylaws. I was asked to reach out to the former chair to acquire the materials.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, do these bylaws that we're holding in our hands differ from the bylaws that we all have and are publicly available?
Well, there have obviously been some amendments that have been made to the bylaws that are included in here. But what I'm trying to point out is that at the point in time, these bylaws that you have in front of you were adopted on the evening of February 20th, 2008, and the minutes reflect that.
So
The
where,
minutes of the 5th of May showed the commission went back and decided that they wanted to amend the bylaws to go to a supermajority vote, requiring a vote of 8.
okay, so then,
And there was a 2/3 majority that took place, as the voting record shows, to amend the bylaws accordingly to require that there be a supermajority vote.
so can I ask, and maybe you already said this, but where did the discrepancy arise? Why do we have a different set of bylaws than what's here that we're voting on?
Well, these right here, I'm going through the minutes, I'm pointing out what occurred at that particular point in time, regardless of what the bylaws are today.
I understand, but I'm asking
This is
how,
what occurred now.
I understand, but I'm asking how, where the difference arose.
Where the difference arose.
Right, because
is
in
that
2008, they did this, so why don't we have bylaws now that reflect?
Because this, as well as a couple other items that were pointed out by the chair over the past, were not actually the technicality of writing them into the bylaws did not occur.
And
They're not written into the bylaws.
may I ask, forgive me, but what is the process to get it written into the bylaws? Why wasn't it?
It's really a technical matter.
But why?
Someone has to sit down and write it into the bylaws after it's been adopted.
Commissioner Brandenburg.
Actually, it's 2 separate motions, which is what would have had to have happened. Your first motion was to change your voting from simple majority to supermajority. which you did. The second motion would have been to add it to the bylaws, because you also need a 2/3 vote to add it to the bylaws, which is the motions that we just made, were to add this particular information to our bylaws. And so I have the February 5th, so our bylaws were adopted 2/20/08. On May 5th is when they changed the voting structure. There were 7 people who said yes, supermajority, 3 who said no, and 1 who was absent. The second motion, which is absent, would have then been to add it to the bylaws. And at that point, you would have also needed 2/3 of the vote to make it a bylaw change, according to the bylaws that were adopted on 2/20/08. And those were the 2 motions we made tonight. Say we want a bylaw change. Did we pass with 2/3 vote? Did we have 10 days notice? And it's significant.
So it is the case that although they voted to make the change, they did not vote to write it into the bylaws, and that is the reason that we have different bylaws?
So we don't have different
Well,
bylaws.
no, I don't mean different. What I mean is, that's the reason that we have the bylaws that exist currently, because they never
They never
took the
made a
extra
second
step.
motion to say we want this to
Got
be
it.
part of the bylaws.
Got it.
The motion and voting sheet says amend the voting procedures for the commission with the intent to amend the bylaws.
But
It's evident that that's what they were doing, that they were going back to their February 20th, bylaws that they adopted, and they're
In
moving
both-
to amend the voting procedures.
In both the meeting minutes and the
And
sheet
that-
that you've given us, in nowhere, shape, or form does it say, and amend the bylaws. And in fact, it doesn't mention bylaws at all, it just says voting procedures. And that's the same thing that's reflected in the minutes as well. And then the right after you took the vote, it says the motion to adjourn was seconded and carried out unanimously by voice at 9:34 PM. So there wasn't that second motion that then said, let's put it into the
And then
bylaws.
it was reaffirmed on May 12th as to what the vote was, in the minutes of May 12th for the intent to amend the bylaws. And the terminology amend the voting procedures referring back to the actions that were taken back on February 20th. The intent is very clear that there was a vote to amend the bylaws.
Can you tell me where I can find that so I can keep up?
I
Yeah.
don't have
So-
you're going to have to go to your iPhones, your Blackberries and pull it
Well,
up.
no, I think she's just looking for the language that says, and amend the bylaws. The intent is to amend bylaws. All the language that is in these meeting minutes and what you've given to us says you're looking to change voting procedures, which you did, right? And that was the intent of that commission, was to change the supermajority. And you are absolutely entitled, and it was reasonable to do that. Just like it's the same for this commission now, because it was not a bylaw change. It was simply a voting procedure change.
I'm a little tired and unclear. Is there any time that it says in the same statement, voting change to, first of all, I think on our motion, we need to clarify whether we mean 2/3 or 8, by the way. Supermajority, 2/3 or 8, whichever we want to say. Is there any place where it says that together with the term, the simple word bylaws?
All I can refer back to is the notes of the chair at the time that all this took place on page 3 of the bylaws, where he noted that the intent was to amend the bylaws, and he wrote it right in the motion.
Is there any record of a vote taken on that? Did someone make a motion to amend the bylaws? And that's for the voting change, that's for the
It
rule
says
change.
to amend the voting procedures. The
This-
terminology amend was used, not change.
Amend the voting procedures for the commission related to voting, okay. My question is, legally, are we also required to make a separate motion, separate from this? This, I understand, they wanted to change the voting procedures. However, this does not say anything about changing the bylaws. My question is, was there at any time a motion made to amend the bylaws and a vote taken? I understand that the intent was to do so, but was it ever done?
I do not have that motion in front of me. That's going to be the criteria and the requirement that you're going to use.
And do we have any evidence that Commissioner Green, I can see his note in the margin, I get that, but did he communicate that? Do we have evidence that he communicated that to the commissioners? Could it have been his intent and not at all necessarily the commission's intent? Do we have any evidence that it was the commission's intent?
Quite frankly, you have all the commissioners who voted for this. You can go back and you can interview each one of the commissioners to what their intent and understanding of the vote was, if you so desire.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Jansen.
I'm speaking from memory, but I think I have it right. The bylaws themselves, at that time, everything was done by a simple majority vote, was the rule, if I recall reading the voting procedures. So when this 2/3 vote was approved by the commissioners, it had to be intended as a bylaws change because bylaws would have prohibited otherwise. There's a simple piece of logic that's tied to that. If the bylaws say simple majority and you adopt a supermajority for this purpose, the intent had to be to amend the bylaws because in doing so you effectively amended them.
Even if that was the intent, they didn't do it.
Right.
They didn't take the vote. There was a separate vote needed and it wasn't, that step wasn't taken, regardless of what their intent
He's saying because
was.
it passed with 2/3, it should be fine to make it to make it a bylaw change.
What was the reasoning even for wanting to change to a supermajority vote? I mean, it's more, the simple majority is more common. This is less typical.
Actually, really, quite frankly, the reason was because there was concern that with a simple majority vote, the statutory seats would relatively, their votes potentially could not matter if the appointee seats coalesced around candidates. So quite frankly, the purpose was for the supermajority vote was to be sure that we minimize the political influence in the nomination process of sending recommendations up to the governor. That's the reason that it was done at the time that it was done, because you would need to have agreement among both political appointees and at least some of the statutory seats to send the recommendations up. As I said, which would have kept the political influences to a minimum.
But Commissioner Burton,
That's the reason it was done.
how is it more political to have a majority voting for someone than to have a just over 1/3 coalescing on a negative vote?
Yeah.
How is that more political?
I'm not quite sure I understand
Well,
your question.
if
I mean,
it's political to
you
have
needed
6 people
votes.
vote together and send a name to the governor, when the mandate is to send multiple names to the governor, how is that more political than having a handful of people have the ability to coalesce and restrict the names going forward?
Well, I don't know that you can identify examples where that actually occurred.
Can you identify examples where it was necessarily political that a majority voted through, or would have?
Well, I can only attest to my 2 years' experience that I served on this, filling the seat for my education chair. But during the 2 years I was here, I never saw a situation occur where a minority tried to block, sending a nomination up because they had some political reason for doing it.
But you see the potential's there, just the same political potential is there as it is for 6 people to.
Well, the statutory seats, represent stakeholders within the community. And the people that sit on those seats, are not political appointees. Their positions sitting on these seats are not determined, by that process. They're determined by the organizations through which those seats are allocated to. Those people could be of any persuasion whatsoever. So again, although the hypothetical you raised is a possibility, I certainly have not experienced that in my time that I've served on the commission. And I don't know if there's others that have served longer than me have or have not experienced it. They can speak for themselves. As well as those that, sat on the commission in the past in these statutory seats.
Point of order, has this motion been seconded? If it has, I missed it.
I think it was, but I asked for that before we went into discussion.
I think so too.
For that reason.
But I have a question. Are we bound by intent? So they took this vote and they changed their policy, but it wasn't in bylaws. So are we bound by this? Or,
It's not my opinion that we are.
okay, it has to have been put into the bylaws, correct? So,
It seems that way in most things in life.
okay, I think so too. I'm just making sure that there's no legal thing that I'm overlooking.
Well,
Let me call the question.
call the question. Well, that is the question. I might have to look it up. I don't think we can call a question that has already been called, which was Mrs. Maynard's, Commissioner Maynard's original point. There's a title for it, which I could look in Robert's rules and look up, but we're calling a question that we've already called, which isn't appropriate.
It's true.
Well, it can be called by someone that voted yes for the motion to pass, but obviously nobody has made that motion from somebody that voted yes. According to Robert's Rules of Order, you can't
Is that
call a
correct?
motion if an individual that voted in favor of the motion that passed decided that they wanted to bring the motion back up.
So we're on the same page for the procedure, even if I don't have the right term.
Well, right now, I don't know that.
Reconsideration?
The motion that was made was not made by someone that voted in favor of the motion. So technically, you're right, it cannot be called.
So, it's ruled on order, is that what happens next?
Yes. Is there any other new business?
And still, if somebody ruled this out of order, so we can get off.
It's out of order.
Are we going to have another meeting? Is there another meeting necessary?
The question is about another meeting. Now, the bylaws do call for regular meetings, so this chairman's thinking that we should have a regular meeting, and then maybe if we have further information, this gives us a chance to handle things like this, or if there are any other administrative issues that come up, we can handle those. And the chairman is thinking May or June, preferably I think before the end of school, for a regular meeting, which hopefully will be short and a chance for us to get together and see where we stand with things. Is there any other new business? Okay, seeing none. Is there any objection to adjourning?
No.
We are adjourned.